All right, we're all set. Okay, well, welcome. It's great to see you, John. We did some introductions. Do you know our whole team?
Not this side. I know Alicia and I know.
Around, yeah. Let's go ahead and do introductions. Kristen, if you want to start us off and then I'll.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Kristen Sullivan, Deputy County Manager.
Steve.
Steve Modericio, Adams County Commissioner.
Julie Mullica, Adams County Commissioner.
Lynn Baca, Adams County Commissioner.
Emma Pinter, Adams County Commissioner.
Heidi Miller, I'm the County Attorney.
Dion Stroder, County Manager. And Alicia Reese, Deputy County Manager.
Amir Fakir, Director of Police Facility.
John Jaramillo, President of Hispanic Restaurant Association.
Professor Emeritus Jackson Lamb with Metro State University.
H.D. Parsa, Professor of Hospitality at the University of Denver.
Love it. Okay, you want to start us off, Amir?
Yes.
All right.
I think if I can operate this, we'll be good. Our agenda for today, we'll talk specifically about the purpose and how this proposal strategically aligns with the Adams County mission and values, the impact on community and employee. We'll talk about the proposed lease structure. And then our special guests, we'll let them do formal introductions, and John does what he does best. And then we'll talk about next steps and questions that we can answer.
Amir, do you have the mic on there?
There's no color.
Maybe put it closer. Let's see.
You had to reset it last week.
Just one through. Oh.
No.
No.
He's coming to get it from you.
Tech support. There we go.
That sounds much better.
PR.
Good morning again. So purpose, specifically staff of Facilities Fleet Management seeking authorization to proceed with leasing the kitchen space at the Pete Mieles Human Services Center. We believe this public-private opportunity with the Hispanic Restaurant Association would transform the HSC kitchen into a hub for meal preparation, workforce training, and community engagement. County employees and residents will benefit from improved food access, career development programs, and support for local small businesses. The proposed name for this initiative is the Hispanic Culinary Institute in collaborations with Adams County. Alignment with a strategic alignment with, we believe, the values that Adams County represent. We believe this proposal will enhance employee and public experience while in the facility. Workforce training will be provided, job readiness and career advancement. It will deliver community economic mobility impact, and John will be speaking a little bit more on that. And bridging workforce gaps in the culinary and hospitality industry. Community employee impact. We should see daily meal service, affordable grab-and-go options with on-site, discounts for county employees that are badged at 15%, flexible meal access. Programs could be scaled from small to large, and even urgent meal availability. And John will speak specifically about availability. Catering and commissary ready. That will support events such as pop-ups and shared kitchen use training. And speaking of training, weekly culinary and small business skill building, we expect to see that as well as part of the proposal. And broader reach potential, regional impact with national and global tie-ins. Small details, the lease structure. We were proposing a nominal rent, what we call a scale lease. For the first year, we're expecting proposing $10 annually. For year two, $100 in rent, and then post year two, we're proposing revenue-based fee structure. There's no upfront county costs. Tenant will fund all of the startup and operations. Shared operations and maintenance will be shared with the county, the facilities fleet team, who will work with John and his team to make sure the kitchen is maintained to kitchen standards that the industry is expected. Activates what would normally be a dormant space at this time, but we do it in a very sustainable way. Coordinated implementation of the terms has been ongoing with the county attorney's collaboration. So at this time, I want to introduce formally John Jaramillo, and he'll introduce his team.
Thank you, commissioners and everybody involved in Adams County. It's been really good to get to this point. We're extremely excited to be at this point and be before you. Amir's team with Nikki and everybody involved has been really easy to work with. It's just the timing and the scaling, and now we're here. We're excited about that. Pablo I is on his way. He'll be here any moment, but anybody's ever met him know he's a dynamite. I call him Pablopedia because he's like an encyclopedia or Wikipedia of culinary, and we're going to bring that to Adams County. And we brought a couple members. I wanted to showcase the depth and breadth of what we're going to try to bring to Adams County, not what we will. And that these gentlemen right here with me, Professor Jackson Lamb and Professor Parsa, both of MSU and DU. Both are I call them legends in their own mind, my mind a couple times when we talk about this. But we're really excited, not only with these two, but if you look up on the board, we have such as Manny Badea, he's top chef, he's there. Riot Barbecue, he was there last night for anybody who was there, not him, but his team was there. Caleb Benton, all these we're bringing, they have a what I call a world-class level of knowledge that we want to bring to Adams County to benefit Adams County and also the residents. Deanna Price, she just got promoted to the VP of Business Development for a large restaurant group in Colorado. So I was excited she was going to try and make it, but she's like, I just can't with this new promotion. Erasmo voted best restaurant. Drew Jaramillo, obviously, heavy bias there, my son. But he really is truly a whiz kid. He's not a kid anymore. He's a young man, but he's going to finish his master's degree in applied and computational math. I can barely spell that, but he's the one that does all our technology. So not only as a restaurant association are we bringing culinary training, but we bring a heavy technical, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all the tools that we've developed. And one of those is the HRA Academy. It's an online academy. It's bilingual. It's extremely inexpensive, and we can develop it into other languages too. And that's the beauty of what he does. Me, it's like many of us, young kids, they're just brilliant, and he's one of those. We also be fortunate enough to have Michael Diaz de Leon, Johnny Curiel, and a few others that are 2 Michelin star winners here in Colorado, the first 2 or 3, 4, and they're available to us, and they will, and they've already agreed to hold classes, teach, educate and elevate is the term I use a lot, educate and elevate the community. And they'll come at no cost to us because if we had to call them or, if I didn't know them, they would charge us $5,000, $10,000 just to come teach that. But because they're so involved in what we do with MSU, DU, they would just come up like, let's do this. And they've done it. And that's what we're bringing to you. When we talked about earlier, one of the things when we talked about the potential international and national implications, we just got back 3 weeks ago. I sent it to Amir and a couple other people involved in this, that we were in the Bahamas for about a week. We helped pull off a festival there. When I say help, it was 2,000 miles, but they did it. It was in partnership with Dr. Teresa Adderley Smith. She's the president of the Bahamas Baptist University and College. They're developing this culinary cadet program, young kids, that for us, it was a big deal also for them, but we did it and we're inspiring these young kids to just educate and elevate, at a distance. And they wanted us to bring Latin cuisine to the Bohemian scene. And we did that. Pablo was there. He was, as always, he's a hit because he's the one that cooks and makes everything taste great. And that's one part. And then also we're going to do the same thing in Colombia in the fall. And our goal through the online training academy, what I talked about earlier, is we can bring what's here, what we developed here, to anywhere in the world. And I'm just going to use 10,000 because that's a nice round, easily imaginable figure, but we could enroll 10,000 students overnight because it's online. And then we have these Zoom classes to where they can talk to a real live instructor. The long-term goal and viability of that is They would learn it because that's what kids nowadays. And then we would have local kitchens, whether it be in the Bahamas, whether it be in Colombia. What we do here in Denver, in Colorado, we can send these people that are trained into these operational environments, and they're taught because the kitchens and the restaurants we select, they know about our vision, they know about the educate and elevate part, and they participate in that, and they can sign off on those skills saying they do possess it. Instead of, is one of the, what I'll call structural weaknesses and a lot of academic training, and these two can say, do that, is it's theory, and then there's practice, and then there's reality. We're trying to combine those things. That's not a fault of the system, that's just the way it works. We're trying to correct it. And part of my background, as many of you don't know, is I did a lot of training of large training commands in the US military. And I brought that, I'm a master training specialist by trade as designated by the US Navy. And we're bringing that level of DOD or Department of Defense level expertise and training to Adams County. And if I can give a minute or two about, if it's okay with these two, about why they're here with what we do. 1 minute.
Good morning, thank you. Jackson Lamb with Metropolitan State University. You know, I started in the restaurant business when I was 13 years old. And I got hooked. And I said, you know, I don't want to do anything else. And as I went to college for hotel and restaurant management, I started off at a small community college, but I realized that with a skill set like that, I'll always have a job. This is a skill set that if you can, even if the economy goes way south, I can always find work at a soup kitchen or to volunteer at a soup kitchen. To be honest with you, in my past, I served 6 years with the Food Bank of the Rockies. And I served 6 years with We Don't Waste. So I'm very involved with food recovery programs and all that. You know, what we've got here is a trade. That's culinary arts. You know, but in my career and in Parsons' career, we took a trade and we turned that into an academic degree, which is fantastic. But I'm a product of CSU. And I certainly recognize that universities are not for everybody. And I think there's such a great opportunity for a training program like this, and that's why I'm involved. I'm also involved with another training program. It's called Housed, Ready, and Healthy. And it is designed to go after people that are in homeless shelters. This is in South Denver in the Fort Logan area. And currently, you know, what they'll do is they'll go to a homeless shelter and they're looking for good candidates that want to hand up, not a hand out. And that's what we're all about also. We're trying to give people the skill set they need. Not everybody's a good candidate for Housed, Healthy, and Working, but when they do succeed, they have, I think, 90% job placement there. So I'm well aware of how these programs work and the success they have in the local communities where we work. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackson. Some of you sitting out there wondering, what in the world the university professors know about this? They talk all the time. Then ivory towers, right? No. I had 35 restaurants over time in my career in Seattle market. So I burned my hands. I cook it. I did the dishes. That's why I graduated. I have 2 master's degrees, 2 bachelors, one in accounting and one in chemistry, and a PhD at Virginia Tech in hospitality. Been teaching for like 30 years. I just got an outstanding teacher award for the whole country. Just got it in Indianapolis. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for my passion for what he does. I was involved with him from day one. Day one. Here's the reason why I'm here, coming from India. I'm here because I started my career in restaurants. 2 master's degrees went back, and which I could do. Most immigrants do. They build their way up through this industry. That's why my chance of giving back, I will work with the We Don't Waste. By the way, he's a pioneer. Person who started We Don't Waste is a DU grad. And that's what I'm here for. Give it back. Give it back. The Meals on Wheels, I do that. Lastly, at university, you know that, do you? $34,000 tuition now. 4 years, $120,000. Here's the best part. None of the people will ever come to DU. They don't. They don't. They come once a year maybe, or one a day or two. Here, the world-class educator and culinary coming to Adams County will be done. Even DU can't afford them, all the money they charge. John can do that. So this, you are getting a Cadillac. This should be fun. Put it simply.
Sign him up.
Wow. We are here. I don't live too far from here. And we do anything we can do, make this county education a better place. That's what we have. Thank you.
I like that. And then I know Pablo just walked in, but let me hand that back. One of the things I also want to point out, and Pablo will follow the lead, is he really is, world-class Pablopedia, as I like to say. But some of the things I wanted to point out earlier that this, all of our hearts, our passions, not only do we have, are they hearts and passions, but the skill set to execute. That's really the most important part. And the business acumen and ability to do that is we want to feed people. We do that regularly all the time behind the scenes. And that's always not an argument, but a discussion between us and our social media team. Like, you need to tell people that. I'm like, that's not why we do this. Our goal is to really help people, feed them, give them that hand up and hand out. And I'll introduce Pablo. It was my fault. He's late, not his. But he really is the magic behind this whole thing and what he brings. And Pablo, if you want to talk about, if you could give him the microphone about why you do what you do and why you're here.
Okay, the reason why I was late was not John, but he's always trying to cover me up. I got 4 girls and I have to take care of them, and that's my priority. So I'm always running, but thank you for covering up. We are a community of transplants, let's call it that way. I am here for the past 25 years. This is my home. But I'm one of the lucky ones who didn't came with a lot of necessities to this country. So I had the chance to go to Regis University. I went to Berry University in Miami. I ended up going to school at Le Cordon Bleu. All this is a lot of money for a Latin American country, which we are called the third world country. Okay, so we are a third world country just for a reason. We don't have the same means for education for all of our people. I see my kitchens, and I see the need of a change needed to be made, I am here because I am that voice amongst the kitchen. We are already talking to people who can make changes, If we go back 25 years ago, we were the dishwasher, we were the dog boys, okay? So now you're talking to the executive chef. Yesterday, we were cooking for 1,000 people. Just putting our hands together, we pull up an event for 1,000 people without anybody getting paid a single penny. We're just investing in futures, You have to trust us to get your event successful, and then in the future you can come with this restaurant to do your caterings, to play with you, to cherish what we do. It is not a money race. It is It is an educational race. It's just making that gap on education. My education cost me $50,000, but I already got that curriculum. I got the education. Why I cannot communicate it? Okay. So I have run restaurants for Red Rocks. I have run restaurants for Frank Bonanno. And sorry, I keep talking forever. We need education. Okay, we need education. And as I always say, for the culinary program that we are developing, we need 3 things. We need a kitchen, we need ingredients, and we need a chef willing to teach. And we need that curriculum, okay? That happens in every single kitchen behind us. Like, you have a kitchen, you have ingredients. Now they roll Mexican restaurant, they roll Chinese restaurant, they roll Indian restaurant, they roll any type of restaurant. It's just a menu created, catered, and well executed, so you can know how much money are you making for each one of those recipes. If the restaurateur does not understand how much money is he making on every dollar that he spent, how is he going to make money? So we have to teach them how to make money and how to cook safe and how to cook with love. So the meaning of the association, it is trying to get us together, okay? The kitchen and you guys, who at the end of the day are the ones who set up the rules for us to succeed or not succeed, give us that opportunity and those tools, because we are, at the end of the day, we're lacking tools. The more tools we get, the better we can feed people. I'm willing to feed 20,000 kids a month. That's what I love to do. I love feeding people. What do I need? I need a space enough, big enough to put 20,000 chickens every day, you know? But that's what we have to do. And for you anyway.
Well, small correction. He said succeed or not succeed. No, succeed and more success. There are no options.
Thank you. There's a lot of passion, obviously, behind what we do and skill and everything we do. And I wanted to point out that we really do want to help people. It's that educate and elevate portion. That's our online program. And it's so inexpensive to what we're offering compared to anything out there. These professors and their expertise and the chefs, they've all reviewed this
Yeah.
curriculum. We have over 600 videos ready to roll or have used it. We have several students involved. And it is a world-class curriculum available to Adams County at an extremely low cost. With that, I'll end. Thank you so much for listening to our pontification and then any, obviously the next step is Amir for questions and answers. So
So one more thing, don't think that this program is static, stable, evolving, dynamic.
Yeah.
We change with the times. What we need, we work together. That's why I said success and more success. The world-class chefs coming, wow, the DU are going to afford 32,000, they're getting a what? So my point, yeah, it's a dynamic, ever-changing. We are here to make this class more relevant. We bring the artificial intelligence into it, technology into it, statistics into it. We are here to provide, my time is free, by the way, he knows it. I won't charge a dime, neither does he. Neither does he. We give our time passionately for developing futures.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I saw Julie's hand raised. So welcome, Chef. It's good to see you again. I'm just going to start off on the broad vision at Adams County. And I think that through Alicia and Amir and the staff that you are hitting all of the high notes. And so when I met you, John had this giant vision. We still have more work to do. We have Festival Latino work we can do. We have talked to my new colleagues. So Julie and Kathy. Kathy's out today. Julie is new to us. Not that new. You already been on the job like 8 months.
It feels like.
Anyway, it feels like you've been here for years. You really talk about also the Scholarship Foundation, and that can be a separate conversation from this. So a little bit about Adams County. Very proud native of Adams County. My grandpa was an immigrant, so he came from the Philippine Islands. So I think they went restaurant or you went labor. And my grandpa went labor. He had him and his brother started a vegetable farm just southwest of here by about like 8 miles. The homestead is still there. And so I have a lot of appreciation for immigrant families that are trying to make their families better over generations. And so this project that you're working on really sings to my heart of how do we help not only families, immigrants, but how do we help students and how do we help our community? So what we say here at Adams County is we are the most innovative and inclusive county in America. And you certainly are bringing the innovation. You're bringing the inclusivity part that we love. Somewhere along the line, we're gonna have to revisit that we're also world-class. Because, something with this partnership, we're also doing some work at the Colorado Air and Spaceport. What does that look like for Adams County future in 10 years and 20 years to bring world-class talent in all industries here to Adams County? Our median age in Adams County is 35. So we're a very young county. So when I go out and I meet, whether it's meet with industry, I meet with nonprofits, businesses, higher education, even our local school districts, is that the future of workforce will come from Adams County. Right. So not just Adams County, but the region, Colorado, nationally on things that are happening in Colorado and a lot of things happening here in Adams County, our proximity to the airport, it will be an economic engine for years to come. So we're very fortunate about that. I talked about the scholarship. One last thing, and then we'll get to Julie, is what I love about my job is I get to talk with people that love the industry that they're in or the work that they do, and your passion, all 5 of you, the 4 of you, clearly it comes out that your passion for the work, your passion to feed community, your passion to pass on the trade and the skill set. So I really appreciate that. There's a lot of growth here in Adams County. And the last thing is collaboration. So thank you, John, for collaborating with our higher ed, Chef Pablo for continuing to be part of, many times you've been to Adams County already, and I really, really greatly appreciate the friendship and relationship that we have with you. So thank you for bringing this team together, and then I'll pass it to Julie.
Yeah, your passion is very obvious, and that's what's really exciting about this work. I did have a real question I want to ask you guys though. Tell me about your students. What do you anticipate? Who are going to be the people working in this space? Just so that I could make sure to, tell your story.
The
when I'm in the
initial,
community.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, you're fine.
The initial students are the ones we currently have in there. Like there's several
Right.
restaurant groups
Okay,
up in Erie, Longmont, Westminster, a couple of Adams County. The Fausto group, when they the Riscano group that
yeah,
catered one of our luncheons.
yeah,
A lot of his staff will be in here.
Okay.
okay,
So they're in Adams County. And other ones are just from the EGS area, the Elyria, Swansea. They have a couple of people there. They've attended a couple of events with us. Some will be, what's that? Oh, Tres Margaritas. Yeah, how can I forget that? So then a lot of the restaurants, once we open up, we're like, okay, I need to send them up there for a day or two of training. And then obviously we're gonna start, once we get established and like, okay, this is the process, we'll seek out education. The Colorado Restaurant Association has their own program called ProStart. But I like to blaze my own path, so we're gonna call it the Culinary Cadet Program. And we have our own program that we're certifying called the Certified Culinary Professional. And we've talked about this with the professors, and they've looked at the curriculum. It's a very robust curriculum. We're trying to make it more well-rounded than just culinary based, so that they understand the operational side, they understand the accounting side, they understand the cost of goods sold side, all those different facets, because there's so many immigrants that come, they love to cook. And Pablo, we've seen it. We've fortunately done a few trainings up at your center, cost of goods sold, COGS. And we had a few people and they're like, oh, I'd say 80%, 90% of the restaurants out there, it's unfortunate, and not just Hispanic, but so many independent restaurants, they don't truly know the cost of goods sold. And through HRA, my son program, we have, it's called Chef Prep. And we have Chef and Prep Smart. It's an app he developed that we're giving to the restaurants once we finish it in September. And they could just, like anything, it's a click. It's artificial intelligence, machine learning, once again, over my head. But those are all the students in answer to your question.
Yeah.
About what we're gonna do. And we're gonna solicit the high schools, culinary cadet. And the beautiful thing that we're really good at, of one of many things, is we have the direct connections to the chefs.
mhm,
And we can put like, hey, this is a great candidate to do a stage or internship into your restaurants. And not only here, but we could send them, we have connections in New York, Los Angeles, Florida. And if they want to go there, we can at least start the process. There's a lot to it there, but I don't want to overpromise on that part. We could bring world-class talent here, and we could send the people that are noteworthy to other places to get that broader exposure.
sounds fantastic. It sounds like an amazing program with so much growth and opportunity. So happy to support this work. Thank you so much for partnering with us.
I have Emma, then Steve.
Yeah, I think you're gonna hear a lot of excitement from all of us because we have been working on this. I think, John, we first had this conversation when you came and helped us welcome the Mexican consulate here, and then we had a conversation about how do we do more of this. Obviously, I am a big fan of food. I love food. I feel like I'm constantly joking with my friends. I have a very pro snack platform, like to include delightful treasures. The food that you have been able to share with our community has been exceptional. And I think it embodies exactly that cultural communication, that fluidity, that national, international fluidity and sharing of cultures that we so need in today's world. And like, my colleagues have shared, I also am the child of an immigrant, and I also understand and appreciate how people make choices and build a life here, and building that life through food is such a beautiful way to go. I don't have what it takes, so I'm just an appreciator of the talents you all bring. the intentional connections to our workforce center, I think are gonna be really important. You guys are both catching people on the front end as well as elevating truly excellent people, and I'd love to see both happen. We also have school districts that do culinary technical education that, you know, is your basic curriculum, but how do we make the linkages between those youth coming out of our high school programs? All of our school districts have culinary kitchens where they teach their youth the basics. Your programs are obviously next level. So how do we make those connections for Adams County youth to have access to this beautiful vision that you're building in our community? That's sort of my question, sort of like how are we ensuring, because what you're describing is fantastic. How are we ensuring within the programs offered, there are those connections up either through the workforce center or through our various school districts, culinary programs up through the careers that y'all are describing?
I'd say initially, once we get established, we have that 30, 60, 90 day to make sure our footing is set. Then we'll start reaching out beforehand. The moment this is approved, I'll start working the phones, sending the chefs and all of us, how do they connect their colleges to the high schools, and how do we get the people in front of us? And that'd be through seminars and through, you know, our Facebook, and just let's talk about this, what's going on. And then that'll allow us to at least do the iterative process, like how do we continue this and get them in this process? Because there's a lot of talent out there that the chefs, they need talent, they want the talent, and they look for that. That's how we'll do that. It's gonna be an iterative process, so I can't say exactly, but it will happen.
Okay. I saw your panel had their hands up as well.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Like, ma'am, you said that your family has farm. So did I came from India. We have 500 acres farm. What we're gonna do is looking at farm to fork program. How we can connect local farmers, buying local, keeping it local. That's the one thing we could do, other schools cannot do. At DU, I cannot do that. But here we can do farm to fork. And here's one, they can make the recipes, menus to meet that need. Water we grow, we sell. That's what we make. Next one, ma'am, your question. I was on the board of the vocational technical education. I'm very closely work with, so does Jackson Lab, ProStart. We know those programs well back our hands.
Yeah.
So that's not easy. John will start, we build the bridges. We build the bridge of the teachers and this program. We are here to provide.
Okay, yes,
And
sure.
I think it's on the youth where we need to find that.
Yeah.
So I'm experting on doing casting. Okay, so what we need to do is make it fun and make a casting.
Yeah.
Out of that casting, you have to find the people that they are really encouraged to this. How many schools do we have? Let's make a culinary show in each one of those schools
Perfect.
and make sure we implant some energy on them, you know? One of the first events we did with the Hispanic Restaurant Association where I was at Red Rocks, I told John, that you need to get me 80 kids that they have never had seen Michelin food, you know, like for real. If you don't see the Michelin food, how do I demand you to produce it? All right. So if we get these kids in contact with Michael Diaz de Leon, if we get this contact with Frasca, with these kids, we get all these kids in contact with good food once in a lifetime before they go and they think food is also the same thing always. That's what we change. So I think it's easier to engage the community when food is related and we have people that really love food. You are in Adams County, you got beautiful farms. So yesterday I was talking to Centennial Clubs. And I told them we are farms, you know, so
Yep.
we have many things. We get kids that they need to keep playing the food part. I mean, the food part, as we say, it's not only on the plate. It takes 2 years for a steak to get into the plate. I need that kid for him to understand that his job is important to me. So we need to go all the way into the landscape. The food is not the restaurant. The food becomes before the restaurant. And if we can bypass the production, farm to table, and really understand where is our food coming from, which is a difficult thing to do, but if 3 or 5 thrive pushing some farms that are locally, then we did our job, you know. But I think getting people on the youth stages, it's easier. In the other hand, you have the workforce, you know, and through workforce is people that they want to change their career, they want to do something differently. And people think that the culinary industry is it's a rebound industry. We'll take anything that moves, you know, like. But how do we make sure that everybody that needs that shelter, it's well taken care of? Because we do take the rehab, we do take the ex-cons, we take everybody in the kitchen. So why? I don't know, but we are a second home. Once you land into a kitchen, you land into a home, you know, which it doesn't happen in many industries. So you take care from the dishwasher to the chef, and everybody becomes a crew. Those crews are our second students, in my opinion. The third ones are the one added, but we have to train the people that they're already in the kitchens, that they already have the kitchen, that they already have the ingredient, that they already have the chef, and those are the inner people that we have to train. If we train the people, those people, the next generation will happen in 15 years, will have a better understanding on food. And that's the way we're gonna change the landscape. We're not gonna change it within this 20 people. I mean, we need to project kids that if we pinch 15, 20 kids of each graduation of each high school, I don't know if you have the numbers. They have to be a lot of them. And if 20 are talented in the kitchen, then you have a task force that nobody is pinching in. Boulder is doing it. And they've been doing it for a long time. You know, that's why Boulder and Nebraska and Flagstaff, and they keep pushing.
Yeah.
But we should do our own. And I think it's focusing on our task force and our kids.
I love that. We can certainly facilitate those connections. I like that idea of exposing youth who have an interest in food and have an interest in the culinary arts to Michelin star, to international cuisine, and just making sure that they see all the options available to them. And I also really appreciate what you're saying, like anyone can work in the kitchen. It's a great big family. You know, maybe you start out as a dishwasher, and then as you see the process, you grow a passion for the industry, and allowing people to learn skills, add skills, as you were talking about. How do you source your food? How does it take 2 years for a steak to get to a plate? Exactly what you said earlier about making sure that folks understand the cost of each plate to the table and what is the profit, because it's a business. You have to run a business, and understanding all of those aspects so that when folks come out of your educational program, they have an understanding of the technical side, the culinary side, the financial side, so they can do the work and understand all the aspects. I mean, I'm super excited. For me, I'm looking forward to you guys getting underway, and then in the next few months connecting you to the culinary technical education that currently exists within our high school program, to have that conversation about who are the students who are eligible, which ones, who would want to make a career out of this, what does that look like, and nurturing Adams County talent through what can be a really remarkable program.
I agree. So any other questions?
I think
from the
Steve
board?
was up.
Steve.
Like to, I will have you know that, like, I think where we're going with this is extremely important, and what I appreciate is not just the work that you're doing, but how this fits in. We were working really hard to see what we could do with an underutilized asset that we had in our facilities. We had sought all sorts of market rate type opportunities, and we came to the conclusion that it would be more of a waste for us to let something sit idle than it would be to take advantage of other forms of value creation with that asset. And so if there's anyone from the public that ever has a question about what we're doing, they could look and see that this is actually a value creation opportunity, not just on the human element, but also economic and everything else. I think education, it hits all cylinders. It also is an issue, a benefit for the internal employees to be able to have a place to go for food. But I will also say that when it comes to our reputation, we want to be the most innovative county in the United States. That includes innovative and inclusive, and that means that we're embracing not just economic development from go out and spend a lot of money on the big guys on incentives, but growing our own. And what I appreciate that is the economic gardening that we're doing here with the humans and the businesses. And I think there are opportunities, as already stated, with higher ed, K through 12, Splendid Valley. There are all sorts of opportunities as also our economic development folks at AC Rep are working on bolstering our food industry. Like there are some significant potential partnerships that could really come into play here. And I feel 100% confident being able to stand in a room full of folks saying, what are you doing? look at what we're able to do. And I am so excited about this partnership. It's a good representation of Adams County and what's the best of the folks here, what's best with the folks you represent, and all of Colorado. So I'm excited. I almost want somebody to ask me, what are you guys doing? So that
I know.
like I'm ready. I
I
want
wanna start with that, let's do a class with all of you. If you guys spend 1
Sign me
hour
up.
with me a week or a month in a kitchen, we will understand the ingredients of Adams County. We will understand what can we pack, what can we pick, or we can chat around the food and
to do a
understand.
kitchen or anything killing food. 1 hour a day, month, whatever it is, I'm there. Thank you.
The beauty of this is we're gonna bring that world-class food they create to that kitchen.
Yeah.
I mean, on a regular basis. And so, but I wanted to point out a couple other things when we talk about reaching out. We're this association, we are the half of the food for Longer Tables Denver. That's a mile long, that's happening this weekend. We're part of that.
Yes.
Got
We're
it.
one of the main sponsors of that. We're gonna be cooking, Pablo and I and about 15 others this weekend, smokers, 4,000 people. We do that, there's no money involved. We do it because we want to spread the message of what we're doing, what we do at the HRA. And we're doing the same thing September 24th in Lift Up Littleton, or Longer Tables Littleton. So I'd like to invite all, my goal for that is to make it the largest Hispanic Heritage Month celebration in Colorado. It's already done. The city of Littleton's already bought in. They've already signed off on it. The city manager and county deputy, they're all great. We've already blocked off downtown Denver. Lift Up Littleton's been great. We're gonna feed 4,000 people, 5,000 in that short walk. But it's about the community. We're gonna use all the farms in the area. I've already talked to the beef council. They're gonna help get us some beef. I talked to the chicken people. They're gonna get us some chicken. But we're gonna talk to Miller Farms, use that part. We're gonna talk to Hardy Provisions. They have direct connections to 115 local farms. So it's not that hard when you have the right people. And that it's not me, it's them. They have that. I'm just tapping into what the knowledge that's here, and let's educate everybody about the local farms. And as I always say, elevate them. And that's our plan. So
John, I have one comment also. We're talking about the education perspective here, and we've heard the term ProStart several times. I just want to clarify for those that don't know. ProStart is a high school training program. I think they're currently in about 36 high schools in Colorado.
They're in several of our Adams County ones.
Yes. So in my experience, I've worked with Adams 12. Mary June Rapopo, I believe she was a student of mine in 1995. So she put together one of the best kitchens over there at 112th and Washington. Unbelievable. But the big story was Adams 14. Here's this small, struggling school, but they got a ProStart program.
Yep.
And ProStart, just like FFA, Future Farmers of America, or DECA, you can go to the state competition, and if you win state, you go to nationals. Adams 14 won state 6 years ago, and they went to nationals. I was a judge on the state level, and I was a judge on the national level. These kids got to Washington. Some of these poor kids had never even been on an airplane.
Yeah.
My gosh. Anyway, they go to nationals. Of course, they don't win. It's a competition among 50 culinary programs and 50 management programs. But they come back to what? There was a void there. And there was a void for the kids in Adams 14 as well. We are here to fill that void, because not everybody can go to CSU or UNC or whatever. And we see a lot of the traditional culinary schools, they're gone. The Art Institute, that's how I got started. They had 45 schools at one point in time, they're gone. Cordon Bleu, there's one school left. Johnson and Wales, there's one school left. So we're filling a void there, because if you have this skill set, you can work forever.
and it's very inexpensive. What we're gonna wrap up, as I know it's taking you a lot of your time. Thank you, all of you, so much for even listening to our pontification. We all get excited, knowing a rah, rah, rah. But I'll wrap up with, this is the level of expertise that I go to them, like, how do we do this? I'm the strategy guy, I'm the big picture guy. And they like, this is how we do it. So I scribble a lot of notes and send a process, and they're the ones that are really gonna help us execute this well. Cause it really is a world-class team around us.
Sure.
And I want a world-class place here at, I know we can bring it because the skill, the talent and the ability is here.
I really appreciate.
Support John,
Yeah,
may I
that
just
helps.
1 minute? When I came from Ohio, by the way. In Ohio, we always compete in Colorado in post shot. Wow, we gotta beat the Colorado people. We used to think they were good. Pro shot. Lastly, Oklahoma State University, fourth oldest in the country. They always have very close relationship with the ranchers and farmers. They do. They produce, they have chairs named after them, place named after them. So it's a farming community and a culinary community coming together. You know, models like that in Oklahoma State. We work together. So we support them, they support us. And we showcase their food, we showcase the talent. We do. Yeah.
So our next steps.
Thank you. Andy, Emma, so,
Yeah.
but go ahead.
You
on
go, Amir,
next
go.
steps. Yeah.
We're seeking specifically authorization to proceed with the lease execution, just like we would normally do at all leases. And that means finalizing deal points and terms with the county attorney's office, and we'll be done.
And that will go to the board for approval. So the board will be presented with the final form of the lease, terms similar to those that you saw in the slides today, and it'll be approved in public hearing. So we'll do that as quickly as possible with your direction today.
Okay, did you have one?
Yes, so I'm looking forward to seeing the lease. I'm glad it's gone through legal. Amir and team certainly know what is up and how to like actually have this executed in a way so the lease makes sense to all of y'all. Love to have you here. MSU is one of the top schools for Adams County high school graduates who are going to college, and I love this connection that you all are building. I look forward as you get settled to these connections with the ProStart, with our career technical education at our various school districts in Adams County. Would love to have you showcase food, celebrate food. If you want to have it be competition scholarship style, like what can we do to highlight you at Adams County Fair? That food agricultural connection. Can we celebrate food along with you? Can we celebrate your students and their work and show that aspirational Festival Latino? How do we celebrate food with you and make those connections to agriculture? When we have farm to table events, when you have helped us have some of these events, they are spectacular, well received by community. Want to help foster that so that folks feel connected. And as you have all said, connected to food here in Colorado, which will lead to connections globally, which will lead to bringing back food here. Really excited for these conversations ongoing.
So if we can work together, and I'm looking at Dion on messaging, so I don't know, press release when we sign, or if we do ribbon cutting when you occupy the building, if we can do something like that, and happy to make all the connections. School district superintendents, the Splendid Valley was brought up. So the Splendid Valley is an effort on behalf of Adams County, the city of Brighton, which is just directly north of us. In between this building and the city of Brighton, the core area of Brighton, are several farms. So several farmland, farm producers are in that valley. One is a wholesaler seller. Several of them just do retail. There's a retail one here on 112th. Happy to connect you with the farmers. But the thing about the Splendid Valley is that with the support of the residents, we have a dedicated portion of our sales tax that goes to open space. So with the open space funding, it also goes to passive recreation. So think lakes, streams, walking trails, also goes to active recreation like playgrounds. But with our portion of open space, along with the city of Brighton, we have preserved several hundred acres in the Splendid Valley. So it is productive farmland. It has a water source. That's the policy requirement, is we can't just buy the land, has to come with water. And we have a local farmer that does farm our land there. But I'm always concerned with what does 2.0 of that land look like? Because as you know, volatility in restaurants is the same on the farmer side, is that you never know if the generation will continue to farm. My family does not farm. My uncles did retire, did not go to my generation, but that's something that I'll just plant the seed of, if you want to go further upstream, that could be a potential that at some point we could look at, but this sounds great. Yeah, bring it. Chef Pablo, don't threaten us with a good time. We'll come
I know.
train with you for an hour.
Oh, yeah, the comms team is already excited about getting video
Around
events.
the table. Yeah.
Important one, you know, that's what Nebraska has been successful for, because they just work with determined farmers. And they've been working together, and my family has been working with the same farm for the past 40 years. We distribute about 20% of the eggs in Bogota. And I think it's, if the both parts of the deal are happy with it, you have Tres Margaritas. So I was talking to Chuy. They have given in free tortillas and free chips over $40 million. We just do their numbers. It's big numbers on just give away tortillas for the past 20 years, $40 million. Where is that corn coming from? We don't know, but we do have the land, you know, and we do have the resources to grow corn. We don't grow corn in Colorado. What can we grow? You know, like for real. But now we grow the same crop, so we need to change different crop, different type of corn. And if you tell Michael, this is your farmer, Michael will adopt that farmer for life. He will be happy to make sure that he goes and make sure that the water that his corn is being spread with is going to be the best water that he's going to have for his clients in his new restaurant. So that's what Hearty Production is doing. So he's got 105 farms already that he can tell you which ones are them.
Okay,
And
thank, that's, we'll cut soccer. We
I can.
But thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
I
much.
really
Thanks.
appreciate the support of Adams County. I'm looking forward to executing this vision. Will there be bumps? Absolutely. But that's required by just life. But if anything, we're determined, we're persistent, and we're skilled. And that's through these guys. So.
Appreciate the partnership.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, commissioners. We're here again to talk about the detention center, in a slightly different way, but to connect back to all of the other conversations that we've had. The staff and, both in facilities and in the sheriff's office have continued to meet and collaborate on what will be presented to you as part of the 2026 budget process. But today we're here to talk about funding that we already have in the 2025 budget and some projects that we're moving forward with as soon as possible in order to address sort of some of the most need. So there are a number of projects in this package here, has a couple of phases, and the team will describe those, and at the end we can kind of revisit the funding that's been allocated in the 5-year CIP for jail projects and how we intend to bring forward some additional funding request in the 26 budget process. And as Dion emailed, I believe just yesterday, we also are working through a 2026 budget request that will be presented to you around engaging a public affairs consultant to begin our process to do some community education. And so that is in our budget request and will come forward to you this fall for your consideration as part of the 26 budget adoption. So I think that covers the introduction, and I will pass to the team to walk you through these specific projects that we're moving forward with this year.
Thanks, Kristen. Quick sound check. Can you hear me okay with the microphone here? Oh, perfect.
The microphone is helpful.
All right.
Thank you.
So my name is David Richards. I am the manager of planning, design, and construction for facilities and fleet management. I'm joined here today by Kristen Grace, project manager with FFM, also Chief Dunning with the Sheriff's Office. And then on the end, we have Amy Lalone. She's with the Wold Architects and Engineers. So this is the project team for the multiple projects we're going to be presenting today. So this project that we are presenting has been identified as a high priority. It addresses multiple needs at the facility that you've already heard about before. That includes an inadequate space for the courtroom, for staff operations, for family visitation, and also lack of a staff restroom anywhere close to the core of the building. This one project will address all of those items. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide additional background about this project, go into more context about the phasing and the rationale behind it. We thought this was warranted based on the line item for this project. If you were to look at the deficiency list or our priority plan, it was simply identified as staff cafeteria remodel, which does not clearly tell all the details about this project and its importance. And so hopefully after today, you'll have a better understanding. With the significant investment in the detention facility, our intention is to maintain an open dialogue with the board and the executive team to promote transparency and also ensure the board remains informed throughout this process. It's gonna be a long project, a long process to rehabilitate the current facility. And so make sure we're doing it together as a team. And so with that, we'll move on to the agenda. So first, Kristen will go over the background about this project. Chief Dunning will discuss the legislative drivers. We'll then go into project scope, project phasing, and then finally the project funding. At the end, there'll be time for questions and discourse. But if you have questions throughout, again, open dialogue, please feel free to jump in as we move along. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Kristen Grace, project manager.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Longtime observer, first time presenter, so bear with me if you would. I'm going to lean a little heavily on my notes just to work through. So the background for today and the presentation is really meant to serve as a roadmap to outline the three key phases of this project. Our goal is not only to walk you through where we are and where we're headed, but also to demonstrate this effort and how it positions us for proactively adapting anticipated legislative changes. As part of the initiative, we're incorporating 2 centrally located restrooms designated specifically for staff, which is an important improvement that will enhance daily operations and overall staff accommodations. In addition to preparing for the legislative shifts, this project presents an opportunity to reimagine and improve the working environment at the detention facility. We will reconfigure and upgrade essential office space for both the sergeants and the professional staff, creating a more functional and supportive workspace. So Chief Denning will run into some of the legislative drivers.
Good morning, everyone. So as you can see on your screen, we've highlighted a couple of legislative drivers for this project. While this project is a three-phase project, and the first two phases will be relocating the sergeants to our existing vacated staff dining area and then moving our professional staff to the sergeants area, the real legislative drivers are in expanding the existing video courtroom. The existing video courtroom is affected by these two pieces of legislation on your slide. House Bill 25-1049, which is concerning communication rights for persons in custody, and then Senate Bill 23-039, which is concerning measures to reduce family separation caused by a parent's detention. Both of these have a direct impact to that video courtroom area and the demand that's going to be placed on that video courtroom area. With the advent of 25-1049, we are going to see a huge increase in attorney-client visits that will happen through audiovisual communication in that room. We already use that room. That room was, if you'll remember, that room was stood up in 2020 during COVID because a lot of the court criminal justice stakeholders did not want to come to the jail. So we had to get creative and we had to come up with a way to keep doing business. And so we built this room based off of that need, and it is sort of morphed into what it is today. It is currently being used for our 48-hour bond hearings. It is currently being used for out-of-county hearings. It is currently being used for this Senate Bill 23-039, which is problematic, and I'll get into that in a second, which is our dependency, neglect, family separation meetings that happen. And then I think I already said the attorney clients. So it's a very busy space, especially during 8 to 5 operation. Senate Bill 23-039, the concerning measures to reduce family separation. We will have, because it's an open room, it's an open room and it has cubicle stations in them that are all originally spaced 6 feet apart because that was our mandate back during COVID. We have 10 workstations in that area. 2 of those workstations are dedicated to the family separation meetings, and that's not enough. So we wind up having them in a cubicle right next to someone who's doing an out-of-county court while they're potentially interacting with their children, maybe singing the ABCs or doing something to have that quality time with them while a court hearing is going on right next to them. And it's just not ideal. So expanding that room to get us the additional space that we're going to need to put some privacy booths in there so that these privacy booths will be much like the privacy booth that we already have in the advisal courtroom. They're soundproof, but they're glass doors and you can see into them and we can control everything that's inside them, but they're individual, similar to, I think some of the offices here at the county level have phone booth type offices inside your offices, and it'll be similar to that. I can't tell you exactly how many we're going to put in there yet, but I'm anticipating about 5. And then we should also be able to expand the cubicles to about 5 more positions, which should help us meet the legislative mandates part of this project. That's it.
Okay.
Sorry.
You need the microphone. Good morning. I'll give you an overview of the basic scope of the project. This includes, as Kristen mentioned, this includes creation of 2 new restrooms. One is located in the central core of the building and the other is located in the booking area. Improvement of an underutilized or the old staff dining space into a sergeant's workroom. And then the additional court expansion space that the chief just referred to, and a relocated professional staff workroom. I'll let you read the benefits of this work up on the slide here, but it really, big picture, it relieves space constraints that exist within the facility and making good use of underutilized space. And now I can go through the phasing.
Just for clarity, this room is the former staff dining room.
That's
correct. Which is why we see this layout. Okay.
Yes.
And we'll in the presentation as it continues, we'll kind of show you existing conditions and what the proposed plan is for each space.
Okay.
And so briefly about the project phasing, if we could go on to the next slide. There are 3 phases of the project. The first is the improvements of the sergeant's office and the 2 restrooms, and that's in blue. So you can see the sergeant office in the central location where the old staff dining space is. And then at the top of the slide is the new restroom in the booking area. The second phase would be the professional staff workroom relocation. And then the third phase would be the courtroom expansion.
Pass the button.
So this image right here highlights that exact existing condition. So this is a shot of the old staff dining is how we kind of describe it. And then the proposed work plan for the new sergeant's space. So this is with this phase focuses on transforming the cafeteria area into a modern functional workroom. Renovation efforts will include removing outdated kitchen equipment, replacing ceiling tiles, installing new carpet, applying fresh paint, and furnishing the space with all new furniture. Beyond functionality, this refreshed space offers staff a much-needed area for both work and decompression, especially important given the high-stress environment of a jail. This room will accommodate 12 staff members, providing room for future growth for the sheriff's office.
I do have a question about this. I see catering equipment along the wall in the current conditions. What is the expectation about food availability for staff
So
as that's removed?
most of that has been repurposed into the new staff dining location, or it has just met its end of life.
Great,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That-
Thank you.
While that is there to represent current conditions, honestly, current conditions, it's not even used. The tables aren't in there. It's an empty room. It's just waiting for us to use it in an efficient manner.
But along with that comment, we are always about repurposing. So we're kind of looking for avenues to reallocate these where we can.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, this is, and I'm a bigger picture, like looking at the whole layout of the whole facility. This is all being done in an area that even if we are stuck staying there for a while, that is not an area that we're planning on tearing down, right?
Correct.
That's correct.
Right. So theoretically, even if we're stuck for a couple of years using the facility, even if we do add-ons, this is being done within the area that still has useful life.
Yes.
I think that's important to note too.
That's a good flag.
It's not a throwaway. Even if someday we get that big $1 billion jail, and support for whatever it is, this can still be used now. It's not like we're planning on tearing this piece down.
Yes, absolutely. And we're, being very mindful on what the spend is, and being able to use the furnishings once again. So we're staying consistent with the sheriff's office standards, and we can interchange those pieces if needed. But a consistency factor is kind of what we're focused on there.
Thank you.
Okay, and then this highlights the current conditions of the sergeant's current office space, and then the proposed layout for the professional staff. So the current office space is overcrowded and no longer meets demands of today's work environment. This phase includes cosmetic updates such as new carpet, fresh paint, and furniture consistent with sheriff's office standards. The new efficient layout will support up to 12 staff members, improving workflow, operational efficiency, and the overall team proximity.
And just to add, I think efficient is a really key word there. If you look at the density of the seating in there, it's much higher than we would have in a typical office area. That's just because of space limitations within the facility. And so the sheriff's office and FFM are doing the best we can with the limited resources.
Yeah.
Emma, I'm sure you all have much closer contact with the staff who are actually going to be using this space. These desks are large and clunky, and I think that visually is part of the issue, but also with multiple shifts and people coming in and out, I assume you've accommodated for, as these desks are rotated, folks have personal storage space for both their active paperwork, laptop, etc., and or personal belongings, because this layout makes a ton of sense. Like the visual clutter alone just is nice to see it relieved, but will the actual staff in here have personal space for ongoing projects as well as personal items.
They will, and much more space than they currently have. The offices that they will be vacating for the expansion of the courtroom are very small. And the desk space that they have is much smaller than what they will wind up with.
Good, thank you.
And then this will be the third phase of the project, and this is the courtroom expansion. So this phase involves removing the delineating wall between the existing inmate virtual meeting area and the adjacent professional office for staff. The expanded space will accommodate virtual meeting stations and introduce private visitation booths for family meetings. So Chief Dunning had highlighted that in depth for you all of kind of what our plan is. While this is still in development, the overreaching goal here is to improve access, privacy, and overall functionality for both staff and the inmates.
Julie, I have a quick question about the family visitation booths. Can you explain, like, what does that look like? Is it an enclosed booth? Is it really just like a cubicle?
Well, if you can go back a slide to the sergeant's office overlay.
There it is.
You can kind of see a booth there.
Oh, okay.
These are very similar to what I see in the government center built in. You have like a private space that you can go in and make a phone call when you're not in your general area. These are manufactured by a company that makes corrections grade booths. They're plug in, they have ventilation and they have light, so they make it a very easy way to add those cubicles into that area. And we already have a big one that's an attorney-client one in the actual courtroom that's worked out very well. And so our vision was to have 5 of those so that there would be private meeting space away from the folks that would be sitting waiting for a cubicle, because there is some rows of chairs of inmates that are waiting for the cubicles, so there's chatter. And then there's the actual cubicles where they're trying to listen to their court hearing through headphones, but you can still hear noise. So this is a way to get them separated from, but still use that area.
That is helpful.
Yep.
Obviously, everything we're gonna do is accommodating for any persons with special needs and accommodations that are required, because some of these seem pretty tight to me.
Yeah.
They are,
Disability.
Yeah.
So,
yes, that is a fair point. They are tight, but we are collaborating with our design team to make sure we meet all ADA.
A lot of those, Commissioner, we do down in behavioral health unit or in the medical unit. We travel with the laptops and do those actually at their location. But we will be looking at ADA accommodations as well.
and then the attorney-client booths, you said there's gonna be 5 of them?
5 additional, we have 10 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to do concurrently. What we don't wanna do is have to wait for these 2 to finish their meeting, then the next, and then that,
Correct, but even with the 15, I would anticipate that there's probably going to be some overlap. The way that it works now is an attorney will go onto our software and book an actual time slot, and then that time slot is available for them in one of those cubicles. But much like a doctor's office, sometimes they run over and there's some delay getting them into the cubicles.
And what about expanding the capabilities for someone maybe not to have to need the one-on-one personal if they don't need it, where they can still communicate with their attorney electronically?
That's what this space is intended for. We will still have our in-person visitation available in each module.
Got it. So when you say there's gonna be 15 total of these, are those single seat or the double?
Single seat.
Oh,
These are audio visual remote visits for 48-hour bond hearings, out of court hearings, the attorney-client visits, and then of course the family time.
the single, but it's one at a time.
Correct.
Okay,
At workstations.
I understand. So,
Yeah.
so how many of the doubles do we have?
We only have one double, and that is currently in the advising court.
What happens when the public defenders say they insist on meeting in person?
If that's where they meet with them in person during the advisals, is in that double booth that we purchased.
I'm saying if they move the goalposts on us and they say that they need 15 doubles, that's what I'm worried
Well,
about.
there is room that we did look at it, and there is room to add another double, but right now the use that it's being used at is sufficient.
Okay.
They call them up one at a time.
I would like to have the public defender's office approve kind of, or at least.
We asked for them to pitch in for this and they declined.
I want to do is invest all this into those singles things. I want them to say, yes, this works for now. And if they're part of that discussion, so we're not surprised at 6 months when they say that somebody tries to change the law or modify something that says they have to be double, you know. in person. Yeah, this is not on.
There won't be any in-person visitation in this room. There is no need for a double booth.
Okay.
The in-person visitation happens in the modules at the actual professional visitors pass throughs in each module.
And that's still gonna occur, so you're
Correct.
right. Thank you for clarifying that's a separation of this room versus.
This is
the function of-
strictly remote audiovisual
Thank you.
appointments and
And
meetings.
this function will still exist in the original.
It absolutely will.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Okay, and so again, just to recap, this is really the first sequential domino that needs to fall for the rest of the projects to take place. And so to recap and kick off the effort, phase one will focus on transforming the existing cafeteria space into an updated functional workroom for the sergeants. In accordance with county procurement processes, we are now ready to award the contract for our vetted contractor to begin the work. That contract amount for this phase is $658,888. Awesome.
Thank you. Good question.
Now to recap on project funding. As I previously stated, this project was included in the detention facility priority plan. That plan, that CIP plan, was funded at $45 million over the course of 4.5 years. This amount will be revisited in the 2026 budget process. And the FFM team, Sheriff's Office, and the finance group have been working diligently to refine that 280 million list of deficiencies, develop a prioritization, a finance plan, and also an implementation plan. And that will be shared during the budget process for your consideration. Again, if you look at our deficiency list in our priority plan, this item is listed as old staff dining remodel, which again does not tell the whole story, which one of the reasons that we're here today. And the original amount budgeted for all three phases was about 1.75 million. And we believe that will be sufficient to get through all three phases at this point. If you look at the larger $280 million list, that amount, because that estimate was developed in 2023, 2024, has been escalated for the future. And so that amount did grow to, I believe, 2.3 million. But again, we believe that we can accomplish all three phases within that 1.75 originally allocated. And so with that, that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And that contract will come to the board that was described for that phase one. So that contract will come to the board for your approval and public hearings. That would be the action item we'd be updating you on today.
Okay. Julie, timeline. How long will each phase take and when do we think that, you know, what all of this will be completed?
Well, we're working through phase one. We have pretty clear. If everything goes smooth, public hearing approved, we plan to move pretty immediately. So it's my understanding, in partnership with our contractor, that the duration for this phase one will be about 16 to 18 weeks. We're currently moving and shifting some things around to accommodate the space being opened up, but that's our duration and timeline for the first phase.
Nice. Great.
You want to answer the question about the other two phases? too?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that yet. I know we will need to go through the procurement process with the county, and there will be some design evolution on the next two phases as well. So again, it was just to kind of get you up to speed with where we're thinking, where we're headed, and give you an idea of what we're planning for.
And the second phase is correct, Chris, if I'm wrong. So the second phase is mostly furniture and cosmetic. That one will be a lighter project.
Correct.
And then phase three will be a heavier one, but also probably those most logistically challenging because that is their virtual hearing space.
Yeah.
And so it's going to take some time working in collaboration with the sheriff's office to develop a plan not to completely upend their daily operations in that area.
Yeah, we also find working in this area, we have to be very mindful and sensitive to the courts and the proceedings, and the noise that we have going on in the area. So there's a lot of collaboration between all of those stakeholders to ensure that we're not interrupting ongoing daily activities.
Emma? Yeah, my question was actually, this is perfectly queued up, about that collaboration with those additional stakeholders. Steve had previously asked about public defender, the primary attorneys representing the folks in these circumstances to execute the court hearings, et cetera. I'm just kind of curious, like, what does that stakeholder collaboration look like? Is this being presented at some point to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee through that venue, or there's another stakeholder meeting group where you're informing the interested parties of the changes that are being made?
Yeah, I can tell you that both Sarah Quinn and Emily Fleischman know that we're going to do this. They've already asked as a result of 25-1049 what we were going to do to help coordinate the immediate access to their clients. We did tell them that while this is on the table and we're through the procurement process, nothing's going to happen until probably likely January, but they seem pretty on board with what we're doing and trying to accommodate them.
I appreciate that. So you're doing the stakeholdering through other means. There isn't going to be a formal presentation to the gathering group, which is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, which has the DAs and the courts and the commissioners and all of us and public defenders in one space.
I sit on 2 of those committees, and I certainly talk about all of that stuff in those committees. But there wasn't intended to be a formal process because it's really just a remodel of the jail to accommodate these legislative drivers.
Okay.
We can look at that. We can certainly.
I defer to your seat on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, because like you're talking about coordinating with the DA's office, who will be at those court hearings as well, with the courts and noise management during the interim. Obviously, it's not an initiative of that gathering group. You're just, and you can, certainly I hear you that you're sharing this information regularly, but since there is a convening of the public defenders and the DA and the courts and the sheriff, everyone in one space, I just was curious if you're using that or using other stakeholdering.
We can certainly do that. We do send out emails to all of those stakeholders, excuse our clutter emails regularly. With the ramp project and all of the things that have been going on at the jail. We let them know about potential noise time periods that could affect them. We're in regular communications with them.
Okay, that answers my question, I think. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I think another opportunity that arises here, we have a lot of ongoing conversations with those exact stakeholders in our judicial campus master plan efforts. And so this feels like a very natural open opportunity to have the discussion around this as well. So we have those regular meetings, certainly something I think we could bring up.
Sure.
Given the space and limitations that we're under, this is such a significant improvement over the current status quo, but to get from here to there is going to be nice and complicated.
Sure.
Yes.
So extra communication, I think, is always helpful.
Absolutely.
And with that third phase, before we begin design, we will have a communication plan in place for that specific phase. Since we're still far away from it, we haven't fully fleshed that out yet. But I do really appreciate your input on that. We will include that in our communication plan.
At the risk of sounding redundant, it's not. It's actually with the intention of supporting and bolstering what Commissioner Penner said. One thing that I would strongly urge you guys to do is include this in your, I know you have monthly meetings on jail. Is that different than the campus meeting?
It is. Yep.
You have the campus meeting, you have a monthly jail meeting, and then you have whatever other forms. I just would highly recommend that it's, there's different levels of intensity of engagement. One is just sending an email saying, oh, we sent the email. Another one gets all the way to the level of true engagement. I would just make sure that we front load this, especially with some of those stakeholders. What I don't want to do is have the situation, sometimes it's happened, where we get complaints afterwards and then now we're scrambling to respond.
Absolutely.
And so when I said kind of get sign off, it's not a negotiation. It's a matter of just making sure we're engaged and listening meaningfully to something. It would be great to get buy-in, but I mean, most of the time, some of those stakeholders just to take my client out of jail. I'm not asking for that. I'm saying though that it just a little bit of an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure in these types of situations is very helpful.
I think that's great advice and we will certainly follow up. with
Thank
that.
you. And also you can, if you need our help, we sit on
Absolutely.
some of those committees too. Thank you.
Else? Nope. Nope. I see Amir getting up.
I just thought that's fantastic advice. We'll make that happen.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if you're in camera shot, but Sheriff, you have anything to add?
Hey, John, thank you.
Fantastic.
I think he was excited to not be in the hot seat.
That close.
Hey,
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We all set? Great, thanks, Byron.
We should be fairly quick and help you catch up on time. Back in March, the Open Space Grant Program received 20 full grant applications and 7 mini grant applications for a total of 27 for this cycle. And this is the spring cycle. It's a little bit late for us to come to you, but we've noticed that you're awfully busy, so we did our best to get on your calendar. The total amount requested for open space grants in the cycle was $16,169,666.78, which included the mini grants. The total amount available for distribution was $18,120,453.98. And so the Open Space Advisory Board reviewed and scored all the projects and recommended that you approve full funding for all applications. If you do so, we will carry a fund balance to the next grant cycle of $1,950,787.20, which gets us off to a good start. Also included in your packet was a list of the projects that are extended 5 years and beyond. And so if you look at that, it's all our projects. And I can go through them in detail, or I can kind of give you a summary, whatever you'd like.
The list was fine for me.
Okay.
Well, you also provided all the project descriptions too.
Yes. And a few of them will be coming back to you really soon to have further conversation about. I don't know what that means. A couple of them are related to the BNSF project that will be coming back to you pretty soon to talk about as negotiations with the railroad have been challenged. Best.
Railroad.
Yep.
He's
Yeah, exactly.
and the rest of us. We know the hierarchy.
And with that said, you have all the information in front of you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I remember talking to somebody at a community event. What was the one that Peggy Hogan's project? Cranmore?
Cranmore.
And then is that the one that also Bill Holland was working on too?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they got everything they requested?
Yes, they did.
So just to clarify, I know you just said this, but all projects that were submitted were approving at full amount.
That's the recommendation from the Open Space Advisory Board.
That's been pretty common the past few years because our applicants have gotten really familiar with the application process, because it's our cities and
Yes.
our communities, and so we've been really lucky the past few years that the applications have been spot on for what the granting requirements are. And the team, the Open Space Grant Board does such a good job reviewing and asking questions and vetting that it's nice to see that yet again, they've handed us fully completed work product.
Yes, and I would also say before it even gets to the board, Rayanne does a great job of working directly with the applicants to, ensure they get any questions answered, or if there's anything that's confusing or doesn't look like it's a fit, she'll discuss it with them and kind of work through it, which is great. Rayanne does an amazing job. We're really lucky to have her.
Thank you.
And in fact, a moment of just historical context. The only times I remember that even being close to being questioned on some of these things has been when there's a private HOA asking for public fund for their private property, or for their sprinkler system or things like that. And I think those are the times that we push back, and even your team was like, can you make sure the commissioners are, because if not, you'd get literally every private HOA.
The last one of those that I recall, they were trying to do a park and there was a lot of disagreement about whether or not the park would be open to the public upon completion. And it's one thing to help build a public park. It's another thing to have a private park.
Right. Those are the only times I think we've ever had a conversation that was like, maybe, but it's because your team, You guys do a great job. And you have a good board that you keep it informed and happy, so we're not getting phone calls, people pissing and moaning about stuff, so. Good job.
So I just wanted to bring up, I did have, my phone went to sleep. The Korean War Memorial, my recollection is that that's not located in Adams County. Is that correct?
No, it's been verified that it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be eligible.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. At a glance, this looks really good. I have some concerns that I'm a purist when it comes to the open space funding, since I started at the ground level for it when it was still in its campaign phases of should we do this 26, 27 years ago. Is this getting away from the mission of open space? So I see on here, I don't know what the drone project is about. I see a weight room, I see a fitness center, pickleball court. Are we drifting, allowing this drift to occur? Open space was designated for what we've done in the Splendid Valley. And we did revisit it a couple of years ago, the policy, because I want to say it was the city of North Glen. I don't know if any of our other cities that they're landlocked and they just don't have the opportunity to also lean into that funding. So for background, I think that was part of it, that we brought in the policy. I don't think it's a definition. I think we brought in the policy. Have we gone too far on the policy discussions that we're not, that in 20 years, is this going to be the legacy open space funding that the residents intended when they voted to pass it? Is my concern. Or are we backfilling maintenance projects and, you know, new recreation? I didn't vote for it intending it would be recreational purposes, that it was a passive recreation. And I know we're changing as a county. Can we revisit that at some time of like, are we in the scope of what we have? I also heard from the municipalities when we looked at this a couple years ago is their struggle to maintain if they got open space projects or they got funding for something. I'm just afraid that if we give them a check for maintenance, that is it just going to general maintenance and we have nothing to show for general maintenance? Not that maintenance is not important, but is it backfilling our cities, the county, or general maintenance? I'm okay with improvements on projects that have been approved through open space. It originated in open space, maybe an Adams County grant for, you know, a playground or something, and that we continue to look at irrigation improvements for that project, not for all of the blanket projects maybe in that city or county. Those are just my initial thoughts.
Did you want me to address any of that? I'm happy to, if you'd like.
If there's time or if you feel it's out of scope and you need for it to come back, so
Well,
whatever you think.
yeah, what I'd like to do is, given that y'all are seeing the awards here and not everyone is fully familiar with the resolution that adopted the tax and then we
The renewal.
updated it
Yeah.
in recent years, it's probably worth us coming back with that information and.
We could do a presentation on the rest of, that's what I was gonna offer. If you'd
Good
like.
idea.
Cause a lot of those projects, Commissioner, are eligible based on the resolution and the way it's written. I don't know if that captures the intent of 25 years ago, but the way the resolution was written, you can do recreation, you can do sports fields and some of those things are allowable in the way that the resolution was originally written. And then we took away the requirement to have a passive track and a active track when we reauthorized 5 years ago.
So the resolution, so you're talking about the policy resolution, not the ballot language per
That
se?
accompanies when you refer the question to the ballot. There's a resolution and there's the actual language that appears on the ballot. They both live together. So I'd like for us to bring that back and then kind of break down that data on how have we awarded over the years, so y'all can see the breakdown of active versus passive and some of those things.
So the original ballot measure in the law that was passed had a distinction between the active versus passive.
Right.
And I don't know if it was the ratio was in that original ballot or not. I believe it was. And then I remember when Emma and I co-chaired the renewal, we wanted to create more flexibility.
Yeah.
But as a matter of policy, we can still kind of squeeze in some of our own nudging of our own policy, like of a ratio if we want. But part of the feedback that we got from some of the cities and others in order to pass it perpetually was to provide more flexibility. And so that provides some context, but it doesn't necessarily mean that if we decide that we want to nudge our own staff to go more active, less active, more passive, less passive, or something like that, we have it was always explained that we still are the supervisors for this department. And so while we may not be able to put our thumb on the scale one way or the other on the city allocations, we can provide some general policy direction on the Adams County piece. Does that help?
That does help. The way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the language, ballot language, or the policy language, that there's two, I don't know if there's cycles. The breakfast that we did a month ago or so is the share back is that the share back?
Yeah.
So whatever's collected in the municipality goes back to the municipality. And they can do, I don't know, we're not involved in what they can do with it. Whatever they do, what they do. This one in particular is, I want to see it more as the legacy, like what are you doing as a, like.
I think it's
versus
totally
we're
valid for us
doing
to,
maintenance and we're doing a shade structure where that may like, oh, great, this is great, but do taxpayers know like that this is where their funding is going and is it meeting the intent? I guess that's where,
I
so I think it's good to revisit it.
I do think it's fair to ask that question and differentiate when we get that background kind of almost like an onboarding for this topic. I think it's good to be able to say, when you say maintenance enhancements, I am not looking at we're just paying to mow the lawn. I'm looking at things like when we did Rotella and we replaced those gazebos. Like it wasn't massive, but it was a huge maintenance in it. But I think that Lynn's question is fair, is like, let's distinguish and show, like, are we just, at one point, if I understand you correctly, because I agree, we don't want to be putting all this money just to get us back to the same line of scrimmage that we have. We want to be moving the ball forward and making improvements. So, but I think that given that background of the ballot measures, the history, show where the money goes, show and then talk a little bit about the feedback of how the board that we appoint, how they make the decision and what you hear, because we get feedback from them too. And then at the very end, or maybe the study session right after that, we can try to get an update on what's going on with the SCFD renewals. And they are separate, open space and arts, but that's coming. And I think it's important, since it's in your department, that we explain, because also some of the challenges when I was a new county commissioner was understand there was a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and that ballot measure. And so it kind of makes sense that we do those study sessions close in time.
I think that's a good follow-up, and I'm curious about the timeline before the next cycle. Just thinking about when you can bring this back for the next round of awards is being contemplated.
Awards would come back in kind of that October, November timeframe, and the grants will be due in September. So that process is kind of starting now.
But if the board wanted to give feedback to the Open Space Advisory Board, what timeline would they need to be doing that in for it to have an impact on, I think, this selection process?
Well, it depends on how you want to do it. The last several cycles, we've had enough money to cover every request. If we don't want to do that, then I think that needs to be the conversation with the advisory board.
So I appreciate that. I think we should have the timing. I think that I have a very similar recollection to how Steve described it. And I have a very similar recollection, Steve, and that's how we pitched it or described it to our municipalities. And we had quite the pattern of roadshow in talking about these park activations, these important maintenance projects, pavilion replacement, historical society pieces like the Korean War, or other memorials. And so I saw the renewal as an endorsement of the more expansive approach
Flexible.
and flexible. And so I would be happy that, I think that having those conversations as this body could be really helpful. And it's probably time to have that conversation in conjunction with our open space plan and what is our bicycle master plan and trail connectivity. I know you work on all those things. And so a good touch point, because as we acquire open space, how do we maintain it?
Right.
Because part of what I think our municipal jurisdictions were asking for is, we've acquired these assets, we need your help to maintain them. Even like what you're talking about, the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Bridge widening projects is a maintenance request that will provide an activation of a open space. So I think there's a lot of rich conversation here about what was passed in the ballot initiative. What does the board consider? And then what is our framework, and how does that fit with our open space planning, our park planning, our bicycle master planning?
I like that. I like how you put
I
that.
love that too.
I would also selfishly, totally acknowledging this, be cool if we have like a history of all the different open space acquisition over the years. And be like, and have a kind of a tally and say, this added this, and then we had this, and then you added this piece, and it was 200 more acres. You could kind of see over time how we're getting that, because there is that, is it 30-30? What is it? Where they want to have 10, 20, 30, or like 30% open space. I don't know, it's just one of those discussions. I forget what it's called, but
I know what you mean.
It was 30%.
yeah, I mean, and so I just think it would be cool to see that tally over time.
We have all the
Yeah, it'd be cool on the website. If it's on the website, send the link, but I like to be able to show people what we've done over the last few years.
Great.
And the selfish piece about it is I like to brag about how much we've been able to do in parks, trails, and open space. I do have a side question. Are we doing art in the jail?
We should be.
We should.
Just want to plant that seed.
That's
It's off topic.
policy.
It's a
I
capital
don't know if
project.
it has to be in, it could be a mural, like.
I'm just saying, like, it's the humanizing piece of it. And if we're gonna spend X amount of dollars on things, we have a
That's it.
policy. So I just wanted you to know, and there might be some other creative ways to have
Squirrel.
folks participate. A little squirrel moment, but I was thinking of the arts and all that.
The crazy thing is that the Menendez brothers have done a lot of work in the art space in detention centers.
Wow.
Well, that's a reference.
Is that wild?
Way to use your life if you're locked up.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I support the conversation that everyone had. I think that that would be really helpful. This is the first time I'm looking at the resolution, so thank you guys for bringing that up, because I think it's really important. And I think then, reviewing this is a good idea. So, I mean, let's look at it again and let's see what we're doing, if we want to make any tweaks or changes.
Yeah,
I
these are
support.
great questions, Lynn.
I
Thank
really
you for.
appreciate that.
Byron, can you bring back just a timeline when you think?
It's up to you. I mean, depending on what the board prefers. Obviously, this is a bit of a tough month for us through September.
Wonder why.
If we could bring it back in October after Festival Latino, we could bring a presentation on the resolution and also talk about where the money has been spent and how those projects and kind of a tally of what we've done to date.
Would that be a good time for the SCFD renewal
Yeah.
too?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
so you all
will
think
work on schedule on those then.
Okay, thank you. All right, do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Was part of your presentation I gotta get back out there, so sorry. The Adams County projects?
You mean the next item?
Are you the next item too?
Which one's that?
No, he had asked Lynn if you wanted him to go into more detail about those. That was just the list of the projects that were 5 years or more.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I guess my question is have these projects been started?
They've all been started, yes. Would you like me to give you a rundown, real quick? on this?
Yeah, cause we're looking at almost like $10 million in projects. One goes back to 2014,
Mhm.
original award date, and if you can go through the list, that'd be great.
Sure. So the Clay Street Community Trail was originally intended to extend a trail from Berkeley to connect with the Clear Creek Trail. And it was, once the light rail went in, it was identified that getting under Highway 76 and through two railroads would be, one, cost prohibitive, and two, next to impossible from a permitting and just an agreement standpoint. So that project was, we had come to the board probably before you were on the board. I think it happened before I was working for the county, and asked if we could use that funding to support the BNSF project on Clear Creek, which is the one that was going to change a drop structure on Clear Creek and then create some wave features in Clear Creek. So again, I'm going to come to you soon in an executive session with Heidi to talk to you about our negotiations with BNSF. Last we brought that project to you, you directed me to try to solve two issues, one with Martin Marietta, the other with the railroad, to get agreement to be able to move forward. We've been unable to get the agreement with the railroad, so we'll come to you with some of the particulars. But the other one that's tied to that is Clear Creek Tubing Park funding, the second to last one on the list. Same issue. We couldn't move forward with that funding being spent because we couldn't move forward with the project because we couldn't get an agreement. The second one on the list, regional park acquisition, was the acquisition was made in 2016, I believe is when it closed. And then we were going to, it was bought initially as open space. And then at the time we were directed to explore potential par 3 golf course on that site. And we began to explore it. We formed a partnership that we had brought to you with the Colorado PGA. Colorado PGA was going to work on a campaign to raise funds, and they wanted to essentially build a golf course out on the site. They're raising funds to try to do that as part of a public-private partnership. The idea was the entire golf course was going to be synthetic turf, was the concept that we were looking at for this, which was going to be unique and different, but more sustainable than adding another golf course. The acquisition is complete. The money's been spent. We just haven't closed it out because at the time it was under the old rules and it required a conservation easement on the site. If we decided that we were going to go forward with the golf course, if you decided that you were going to go forward with the golf course, then we were going to have to, we were told we were going to have to pay back the grant with general fund, because it would no longer be an open space grant, because we would no longer have a conservation easement on that site because it would be a golf course. So we had partnered with the PGA. Their funding has stalled, and we're revisiting with them at the end of this year, beginning of next year, to see if they think they can get the funding together to be able to come and present the concept to you. Willow Bay is
potentially be at night too.
It potentially was going to have lights, and yeah, there was a lot.
Not kiboshed.
Really? I thought it was the same thing.
I don't think the night got traction on the board because of the bird habitats.
Oh. Yeah, there was some.
Yeah. The current concept doesn't have lights, but it was discussed.
On the dark walls.
And the other thing was we were looking at the possibility of looking at a vineyard, or kind of developing half the site as a passive use open space site next to the golf course, and that was going to be the part that was going to be closer to Riverdale Road, and we were going to work with CSU on that. So all of that was what was discussed for that one. Willow Bay open space acquisition. I think we were using this money for master plan based on a change that the board approved years ago. And I think it was right before I came in. However, I think we're gonna let this one go. We don't have funding to do anything at Willow Bay for years to come. And it doesn't make sense for this grant to kind of still hang out there. So I think we're gonna let this one go. And then when we revisit it.
Space, didn't we?
What's that?
We still bought it, or we didn't buy it?
We own it.
Yeah, okay.
And there was leftover money from the acquisition that we were gonna use on the plan. We've got most of the plan complete. We're still waiting on an acquisition. That's one challenge. And the other challenge is there's no funding to develop any of the facilities we would need to support use at Willow Bay at this time, according to the master plan. And then the last one on the list is Steel Street acquisition. We've been working closely with the real estate team to try to get that one done. The owner is in another country. He's in the military. It's been a constant struggle trying to connect and communicate with him. He's changed lures and real estate agents a few times where we start to get a deal and then it goes dark. You've awarded the grant. The money's there for the acquisition. The purchase price has been agreed on. It's still there. We just are struggling to close this deal. And that should be everything on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wrong.
Monitor the other awards for cities and
We do, and in the next cycle, we'll have some that are gonna come to 5 years out, so you'll see some from the other communities. This was an odd one where it was actually all us. In the next cycle, you'll see there's gonna be several cities that are gonna be on the list as well.
okay. Great.
Thank you, and I guess I would also say Rand's done an outstanding job of working hard to get. That list was probably 30 projects long at one point. You know, we're down to only a few now and they all have valid reasons. It used to be, well, we just didn't get to it. And that's not happening anymore. So I think we're getting to a good place with it.
Now that they know that I'm bringing it to you, they're getting things out.
And attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let's do it.
All right. So we have a couple of hours with you this afternoon to talk about a really important topic that I know we've all been sort of getting ready for the past few months. We've had a number of individual conversations and meetings and updates on some of the projects that we've been working on that involve a high level of regional collaboration. And our intent today is to really walk through what those regional collaboration efforts are, sort of how we've gotten here, what we're the status is of those projects and really start to develop some strategies for how we are coordinating with our municipal partners, with our stakeholders, with others as we start to hone in on what the asks are, what the outcomes are, and really what the benefits are to some of these projects. I do want to say upfront that this is hopefully a conversation together about what makes the most sense. There's been a lot that has changed over the last couple of years, just economically, the political landscape, the needs of the community since we first started a lot of this important work. And we're really open to the conversation about what makes sense right now for us going forward, knowing that we have a lot that we're asking of our partner communities, but also we're hoping to deliver a lot. And there's, a lot of information to be shared, a lot of work that's been done by our staff, and we want to make sure that we're going in the right direction and can get to projects that are feasible, that are successful, and that our partners feel like they're coming along with us. And so we hope to have a lot of conversation today about, how we want to approach that and what that looks like. I'll just, as a quick reminder, many of these projects started with ARPA, and really the opportunity that we had during ARPA to invest in some strategies and some projects that we hadn't previously had the capacity or the funding for, and, really wanted to lean in and use that one-time funding to kickstart some of these efforts to support some of the gaps that we know existed in the community and really see what we could do. ARPA always had an endpoint. There always, I think, was an understanding or kind of a knowledge that at some point we would have to figure out long-term, what do we do with this work that we've started and what's the best way to move it forward in a way that's sustainable and that really makes sense for our community. And since then, we've also had a lot of other things that have occurred that as we wind down on ARPA funding and to make some decisions with our cities about how we want to proceed, we really want to make sure that we understand what those changes are and the reality now versus what we might have kind of set out to do a few years ago. So I'm just giving a quick introduction, but Kristen and Alicia and Levon and others will be sharing more as we walk through what the projects are. We're sharing some feedback from conversations that we've had with our various partners and stakeholders and really kind of talking together about the next steps as we really lean into getting all of this off the ground. So I believe I'm handing it off to Alicia.
Yeah. Well, and the moral of this story too is you've heard most of these items before at various junctures and really looking at various means of support and different teams that are pushing these things forward. So a lot of this will not be new. And in fact, we'll briefly touch on a couple of topics just because you very recently heard about them, but really the idea is to move forward in a cohesive fashion as one larger effort on what we're facing regionally and really trying to speak to these things with our partners all together as regional contributions to the better good of our community, rather than maybe what we might be used to in the past is the county managed certain types of functions and cities maybe manage certain types of functions. Same thing for nonprofits, schools, etc. And what we've learned over time, particularly through COVID, was we can't do it that way. Some of these problems are so large and some of the needs are so extensive and complex, we all have to work together. And so it's really the basis for our conversation with municipalities right now. But as you all know, we've also started that work with our NGOs, non-governmental organizations, schools, business sector, really everyone that we worked with through COVID to get through it. So you'll see a bit about what the intent is here. I think this matrix that Dion and Kristen put together really outlines what could be the best pieces of that we have to offer as a county as we're looking at why regionalism then to manage some of these issues, to leverage those collective strengths we have that we've been talking about for some time. How do we address issues before they become pricey and difficult and expand beyond maybe what we're capable of addressing altogether and a larger problem than needed to be. We can support that community-based work that pulls in what the nonprofit sector, schools, and other anchor institutions are undertaking. We are a wonderful convener as a county, and I think folks are expecting that from us in any event. We have a lot of the foundational supports that we'll need for our regional conversations, including data, physical space, frankly, that makes it easier just to pull folks together, and professionalism and technical support that we can all share. And then really, it allows us all to collectively create community-driven outcomes that are reflective of the community that we're serving. And so Kristen will start here with summarizing our primary projects and initiatives ahead of us. She did a wonderful job of putting all things in one place. And the costs you'll see on the next slide. She'll move through that and then into a bit more of an in-depth status, background, and analysis of each of these issues before us. We won't go as deep into potentially our homelessness services or the current position of the animal shelter, simply because you all have heard about those in about the last 2-3 weeks. So we'll probably concentrate on these other items, and now we'll pass this finicky microphone off to Kristen.
It's actually really sensitive and picks up your voices, I think. So
It's working.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you need to pass.
So it could be in the middle. Okay. Thanks for that feedback. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for your time on this. We have been eager to put all of this information in a single location for you so that we can all begin to think about this as a portfolio. How do we have conversations that are coordinated? So there's a big team here in this room and beyond this room that are working on these things, and we've all worked together to put this information together. This is a summary table. Each one of these projects will have multiple slides as we move forward, but I think it's important to see them all at once at times too. And so you're familiar with all of these projects, but for the benefit of the public that might be watching or others that are only working on 1 or 2 of these projects, I'm going to describe them a little bit in terms of what is the project, what is the very brief description of the status of that project, and did it have ARPA funds, yes or no? And then we'll go into them one at a time. So the Youth Resource and Assessment Center, we call YRAC. The description of that function is a comprehensive assessment service for youth referred by law enforcement, human services, schools, or self-referral. And we'll talk about the gap that was created in our community when a prior provider was no longer able to continue. That does have some ARPA funds. We'll go into how much and the status of the spend on that. Levon's working very closely with YRAC on that. And so he's here as a resource and partner to all of us. And we'll talk about the different roles that each of us have in some of these projects. The Family Justice Center, I know this board is very, very familiar with that concept. For those that might be watching along, the 17th Judicial District Attorney's Office is proposing to create a family justice center to support victims of domestic violence in a brick and mortar location with a wide range of supportive services located in a single setting. This is a national model that we're looking to replicate here in our community for the benefit of our residents and survivors of domestic violence. Briefly, the status on that one is that we have confirmed a location. As you all know, at Human Services, we're currently looking at how to utilize the funding to modify that slightly to meet the needs of the FJC. We're working with the DA's office on an MOU, which will serve as the lease for the space. And the DA's office is working on some budget proposals for you to consider in the 26 budget. And we'll go into that a little bit more on the slides dedicated to the FJC. The third one on this list, we've been informally calling detox, but really the better and more accurate description of that is the Behavioral Health Crisis Facility. That's just a little bit more of how we describe these services today, and it's more comprehensive of the various functions that could occur in that facility.
That's important also because detox is limited in the ability for certain types of funding. And so by expanding scope of what that facility might be. It also opens the door for other sources of funding that are important. So it's not just limited to detox alone.
Yeah, there's definitely some financial strategies.
That
So we're
vocabulary.
together, Levi and I are kind of reminding one another and ourselves and each other that this is a better way of describing that project and really more comprehensive of the services that are needed in our community. So obviously, as we described it just a moment ago, it would be a public behavioral health clinic to provide acute treatment for a variety of behavioral health needs. We're going to get into the details on what status is of that project, but I know many of you have been attending the routine and regular meetings, and I know the sheriff's here to provide support and context of how the need for this was identified and how we've put together teams to help facilitate the spend of the funding and then identify sustainable long-term funding. So thanks for being here, Sheriff Clips. The Riverdale Animal Shelter is a different conversation, but we know that it's important to think about it comprehensively when we talk about other projects that might have some regional funding share. So as we've noted in prior study sessions, we provide shelter services to 8 cities by IGA. Those cities have, at times joined by IGA at different intervals. And so those IGAs come up for renewal periodically. They are currently based on a fee methodology that does not align with our actual costs of providing services. As you know, the staff has been exploring a cost recovery model for the 2027 IGA renewals. We've been engaging in stakeholder discussions with all 8 of those partner cities. At the time of this PowerPoint, 7 out of 8 of those meetings had occurred, and now all 8 have happened. We'd had one late last week. No ARPA funds, of course, in this one, but we're going to discuss in some of the slides subsequent to this summary slide, a little bit of the feedback, but mostly a little bit of the finances of the animal shelter and what the split looks like and what it might look like going forward if we're successful in having these conversations. You recently had a study session on homelessness services provided by the county. And in that you heard, the wide variety of functions and roles that the county plays, both in convening as well as direct services. So there's some staff here today that can elaborate on that, but I know this is a pretty fresh conversation for you. We know there have been requests and just interest from cities in discussing additional regional solutions and enhanced coordination between the county and cities. And some of the next steps that we are going to discuss with you are talking about going out and having discussions with councils as they may request those discussions with us. There's a lot of different ARPA fund awards that fall under this category, lots of them. You heard, I think 2 weeks ago from Katie on the last item here, which is just an update on federal funding, HR 1, impacts and changes to direct benefit programs. We know that this will have an effect not only on our organization, but on our community. And our cities, I think, are less familiar with all of this in general. And so having additional conversations at a regional level, how do we work together through these changes? How do we support one another and support our community? We think is part of this regional conversation as well. So status on that is obviously we've been monitoring all of that, and we may be requested by cities to provide updates on federal funding. Okay. This next slide is another summary slide with some of the numbers put all together in a single place. We'll go into a deeper dive on each of these. The column on the left is the title of some of those projects we just discussed. The next column is ARPA funding that the county awarded, and we'll describe the various awards. Some of those are summary numbers, and some of those are kind of on their way to being spent or already spent. The next column is our current estimate of annual operating funding that will be needed on an ongoing basis. So as Dion described at the beginning, we're starting to have a better sense of when ARPA ends, or if ARPA was just for the facility, which is the case on some of these, how will we sustain these? What's the total annual need for operations. And then the next column beyond that is if there are discussions that have already begun, what is the proposed way to split those costs? If that has already been discussed with stakeholders, some of these, I think, as you know, there's a proposal to split by population percentage. On terms of the animal shelter, we've had discussions about the current split in terms of percentage. We've been looking at something between on the animal shelter, currently it's like 7 to 8% city share, and bringing that back up to something around somewhere between 20 and 30%. And then some of them we have sort of a TBD because there hasn't been enough regional discussion about what the proposed split is. The final column is we have pretty good sense now of when funding would be needed beyond any existing funding. And that sort of shows a sequence, which we'll get into on these, which is some of these, the urgency will be driven by the first year that additional funding is needed. And some already have some funding awards that will take them beyond 2026 and into future years. Okay.
Can I ask some questions about this?
Of course.
I feel like I know the answer, but like for me, I'm automatically creating additional columns, and I understand like you had to like have conversations about what to include and what to leave out. For me, one of the bigger issues with regard to these resources is this resource available from another provider in the 17th Judicial, which is primarily, these are judicial as opposed to Riverdale Animal Shelter. And maybe that's even like a toggle box, like Adams County versus 17th Judicial. And the answer for most of these is no. There is no other provider. And we are filling a gap for our 500,000 plus residents that, but for our work to establish the service, this need would go unaddressed.
That's a great point. And I think that will come out a little bit in the next couple of slides about a lot of these ARPA funds were awarded for that very reason, because there was a gap. A provider either left, could not make a profit, closed their doors. We identified gaps in our community that needed to be filled, and we had this unique opportunity to do so. And we knew that that would come with additional work to figure out what next. And we're beginning the what next conversation right now, but very great input. And I think you're right that most of these are on this list for that very reason.
I would add too, I think as we're having these conversations about what makes sense now and going forward, as we're thinking about the request of our cities, part of the decision making is, what is the trade-off for how much the county is willing to bear? If we think the gap is important enough or critical enough, versus if we don't have alternative funding sources, what does that mean for how we're prioritizing other decisions, other line items in our budget and that kind of thing. And so I think I would have even another column there to that, because I think there's a lane for continuing the work even without additional funding sources. And how do we do that? And, do we think it's a critical enough need, or do we think it's something that maybe has kind of moved down in the priority list, just given all of the other factors? And that's something we hope we can kind of talk through today as we go through.
Okay. You can go on to the next slide. Okay, then you'll see this format repeated for each of the projects that we just described. So this is where we'll get into the real details on status. And on this one, Levon's definitely the expert, but I'll introduce the topic and then you can clean up. So on YRAC, as you all know, the link operated in our community from 1999 to 2023, providing assessment and support services for youth referred by law enforcement, human services, schools, and self-referral. The link ceased operations in 2023, creating a critical service gap identified by local law enforcement and community stakeholders. Many of our partner cities had continued to provide funding in their budget for the link. And in the Sheriff's Office budget, there had been annually about $100,000 per year. And YRAC still continues to have access to some of the funding that was in place and in the possession of the link. And so there's $320,000 that has been made available to YRAC to begin kind of startup operations, one-time funding from that transfer. There's the current need is that there still continues to be broad consensus that the closure of the link left the service void. Law enforcement and municipal leaders have agreed on the importance of reestablishing a youth assessment center. And there's been ongoing stakeholding and discussions around a regional approach and sustaining multi-jurisdictional partnerships. We've made 2 ARPA awards. One is $400,000 for new site selection, leasing, and tenant improvements, and then an additional $100,000 to be awarded competitively through an RFP for a consultant to help develop a strategic framework for the new YRAC. I'll just cover a little bit more and then ask Levon if you want to say anything else. The health department's been a great partner in making progress towards the execution of all of these strategies. They're working on that RFP that I just mentioned in the prior slide. A location for YRAC is being identified, which has been informed by accessibility and regional impact. We're working together with facilities and the YRAC stakeholders on making sure that we're finding a facility that meets those needs that does fit within the funding availability through the ARPA award. And the current ask and need is that cities and the county are being asked to maintain that previous budget line item to make commitments to support the launch of a new YRAC. And let me just say there's a lot of progress and momentum happening on YRAC, and I think Levon can speak to some additional detail on that too. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. We presented this originally in October of last year, DA Mason and I, and really presenting the need for this type of service in our community, especially in the prevention aspect and moving upstream. So I would just add, and then if there are any questions, that the total amount that's pledged between the sheriff's budget and the city of Brighton, Commerce City, Fed Heights, North Glen, Thornton, and Westminster is $546,000. And so that is something that is either those contracts have been signed or they're in process. And so nothing really has stopped since the closure of the link. And then, of course, there was that interim startup time between the closure and then YRAC. It's also, I think, safe to say that 27J School District is considering a vote. They are going to be voting next month on whether or not to allow YRAC to occupy one of their buildings. And so that is something that facilities has been working with the board on, and a lot of really good progress. YRAC hopes to begin services in October for students and families around the county. I think that's all I would add. Any questions?
Thank you. I really appreciate this update. One of the questions that I have, having been around a while and familiar with the link and having toured it when it was under operations and then watched it close, one of the challenges they ran into was not having a place for youth to go as the building closed at the end of the business day. So a youth is dropped off, shows up, is at the YRAC at 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Where do they go? It's my understanding that we do also have a youth shelter that needs some kind of human services referral, but I'm just really curious, like, what is that handoff and how can we facilitate that handoff from the youth shelter, which is reported to be underutilized, and the YRAC, which one of the things that contributed to its inefficiency was trying to be staffed 24 hours as opposed to using the existing youth shelter. And so how do we facilitate that, and what does that look like?
Fabulous question. We've really stakeholdered through the health department and YRAC's board, school districts and law enforcement partners. Just so you're aware, the sort of idea at this point is to be open from 4 o'clock until midnight. That is when the suspensions, expulsions, crisis, and just all of the things are happening. Before that, our law enforcement and school partners are saying kids are all right, they're in school, but there's this window where we start to see calls spike in law enforcement dispatch, as well as when we talk to principals and deans across our many school districts. So they've advised that a later start time, later open time, if you will, because we can't be open 24 hours a day. And so YRAC is looking at that kind of 4 p.m. to midnight. The question about the shelter is an interesting one. I don't know how much time you want to allot to it, but originally when the shelter was opened, it was operated by Community Reach. It remains operated by Community Reach. It was under a different license. It now has been relicensed under an RCCF, which means that Human Services can now place kids there. And there were some challenges in
Place kids, or is the only organization to place kids?
Is typically the only organization. There are some avenues to be able to place differently, but it really depends on what their license is directly with the state. When the project originally opened, the shelter, it was a true shelter, which means that there was no funding. And it really meant, and it was a response from the community to law enforcement asking for the shelter. So there will be some geographical challenges in terms of just the proximity to the shelter, but the YRAC board is also considering transport. Say a young person comes in and it's 11 or midnight, then what? If they close, or if there's no option for a parent or a caregiver or a loved one, there are discussions between the YRAC board and the shelter to be able to transport kids directly to that shelter.
What would that need, I'm looking at Katie, who's not on the panel, but is in the room, sorry, Director McDougall. But I'm just kind of curious, what does facilitating that transfer look like? I'm probably carrying anxiety from what happened to the link before.
Yeah.
But say we have a 15, 16-year-old in crisis, possibly because they're not being supervised at home because reasons, and home is not a safe environment, or home is not available, or home does not exist. And 11:45 p.m. comes around. We have a youth shelter that has empty beds most nights. What does facilitating that transfer look like? What is the Human Services involvement? Can the YRAC be certified to make that transfer? What does that look like? And how do we ensure that we're utilizing all the resources available in our jurisdiction?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think Katie and I haven't talked about the YRAC in particular, but I know that the YRAC interim ED is having conversations with Katie's staff, and I think we certainly can facilitate that conversation.
Yeah, so it's usually coming in through our intake processes. So our team members who are working the later shifts are the ones who are taking those inbound calls, doing the assessments, working with the families, working across both to find what is the best placement in that situation, or oftentimes it's law enforcement that is giving us those intakes. And so definitely can probably, as these are newer, I think we're going to get better as we experience more, but it's happening through our just normal intake review and assessment process.
This is a high priority for me, because if we have this 15, 16, 17-year-old who is in crisis at school, and we know from youth development that kids save their worst behavior for where they feel safest. So they're acting out at school, which means they don't feel safe at home. And they're at the YRAC and midnight rolls around. I would love to know that there's some evaluation protocol for that transportation. Hopefully the geographic challenges are minimal, but what is that plan so that youth has somewhere to go?
Yeah,
definitely.
Katie and I can set up a meeting and talk through it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Go to the next project if you like. Okay. It's back here.
The Family Justice Center is the subject of this slide here. Described the project already. You're quite familiar with the temporary location we've identified at Human Services Center, which could cover the first 3 to 5 years of the operation of the FJC. There have been several ARPA awards, including $100,000 for facility needs, $60,000 for the Alliance for Hope study that was already completed, and then $350,000 to cover the salary for the FJC coordinator position, which has been hired, and there's a person in that position now. We are working on several rounds of review of the county MOU, and the DA's office has it under review. We have a few small things to work through, but that's going well. The facility staff has also been working on input that was received from the steering committee on some modifications to the space, the physical space, that would help meet the needs and address kind of victim input and things like that. Those will be presented in August to the steering committee, options and seeking direction from the steering committee, and hopefully aligning with that $100,000 budget. The DA's office is working on some staffing plans and ongoing operational costs assessments, and this will be a 2026 budget discussion with the board. Next slide covers some of that. That steering committee continues to guide the work and provide direction and support, including representatives from municipalities, elected official, community-based organizations, and survivors. Governance is a point of discussion in that group too, of ongoing governance over the FJC. The current ask is really about that budget request to support FTEs to open the temporary site. The DA's office is convening city managers. I believe it's next week on the 30th, to begin to share some cost information and to propose how they might participate financially. There's been ongoing conversations, but no numbers put forward to cities as of yet. And so that I think will begin next week, with the DA's office leading that conversation, and we'll be attending. I think all three of us are going in support. And so then after the county's budget review, we anticipate that that would then lead into a more specific and realistic total operating cost number. And those conversations would then be subsequent to the commissioner's review of the budget request of how many FTEs seems like the right number for startup. And then municipalities can then be engaged to discuss how they may share those costs with us. I'll pause on that one. There's lots of progress on FJC. Go ahead.
And I do want to add here, because, overall, our goal today is really kind of talking about strategy and how we're communicating about some of this. And just for context, I know you all have been part of some of these conversations. I think that there is a lot of commitment from our cities on the FJC and a lot of curiosity, maybe even angst about the cost estimates and what those are looking like. And really just want to make sure that we're flagging as we talk more about how we're going to be rolling out some of these conversations, sort of what we're saying, that, I think it's important to just be kind of forthcoming about that. That has been a big request from our cities, really drilling down to what those cost estimates are coming from and how it plays into all of the other requests that we're making. And for the FJC in particular, I think it's been really helpful for us to take the lead on the initial site and, for the county to have some significant skin in the game when it comes to that site. But I think this is probably a pain point as far as communications. Just making sure that we're really articulating what those costs are based on. There's some FTE that have been requested and a lot of questions from cities about, how that fits into what we're providing, what they're paying for, that kind of thing. So I do want to flag that because this has just been sort of the ongoing conversation. But what I haven't heard from our cities is any lack of commitment to the project. I think they're actually leading a lot of these conversations. And because we have a meeting coming up next week, we want to make sure that we're really thinking through how we position this one. And I know DA Mason is top priority for him in his budget request this year as well.
And he's out of town today, so he's not here, but we've been working quite closely together. And I've been meeting with the staff while he's been out of town. We met yesterday. Okay, next one, unless there's questions on FJC, we'll move to, okay. Yep, so the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, just some additional background. Arapahoe has closed in 2017 and transferred services to providers like Community Reach Center and Aurora Mental Health and Recovery. CRC operated a detox and crisis walk-in center on the St. Anthony North campus, and it closed a little bit suddenly in 2021, leaving a gap in this space. We have made 2 ARPA awards that are listed in the blue box there. The first one is for a facility, so real estate, modifications to an existing building or leasing of another building. And then the second one is interim services by transportation so that Aurora Mental Health and Recovery could fill this gap. And then the middle portion here describes that we are currently evaluating a county-owned facility because the amount of funding that we have would best fit with something we already own that wouldn't have ongoing lease costs because you just don't have funding for that. And Signal has made 2 funding commitments that are listed here in these bullets, $400,000 in startup funds for withdrawal management and $475,000 per year for operational support. The funding outlook, and Levon can describe this further, but you all have seen the PowerPoint slides at the various stakeholder meetings that have, really socialized the concept of population split and preparing our municipal partners for that ongoing support. In terms of good news there, and I think I've heard this in prior meetings, because of those commitments from Signal, there's no anticipated municipal funding needed in 2026, and funding may be needed beyond that in 2027 and beyond. The next slide, I think, summarizes a lot of that same information, but we'll continue to facilitate continued dialogue with municipalities to align support and planning. And then there's assessments ongoing related to any gaps in the operational funding needs. And Levon, what have I missed? Go ahead and fill in there.
I think just we have socialized the $27 amounts as projections, because certainly there will be some changes to Medicaid and state, the way that they pay. As Commissioner Odorizio stated, we've really had a bifurcated system where we've funded substance use services, mental health services. The state is moving to new credentialing. And so this behavioral health concept is a real need for our community. And so we have communicated that to the cities and asked them for what they need from us as a project team. And so most of them have asked for individual meetings, and some have asked for study sessions with their councils. So just know that we've shared those amounts, and you've all been in the project meeting too. So 26, no funding needed. We hope to open late in 26. 27, there is an amount needed, but it has shrunk pretty significantly, 20%, because of the contributions from Signal. And Signal is in writing saying that they'll contribute annually for years to come as our new boss. So.
Questions on that one?
I have.
Sure, go ahead, Steve.
If we could go back to. Right there, that's fine. No.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah. The 2.2 at the top on the top right.
Yeah.
That's not been allocated, correct?
We haven't spent it, no.
But it's not going to Aurora.
It's for facilities.
Right. It's going to whatever we.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever location we ultimately select, it can be used to modify that facility to meet the needs.
And then the next one, we go to the next one, I'm sorry. One of the things that's come up is that we want to be careful not to get out over our skis until we find out what actually happens at the state, right? Because there have been some warnings that if you go out and you allocate a bunch right away and you realize you might be climbing up the wrong ladder. And so the advice I've been given was to before you start spending money on something with the assumption that what you know will happen in October, November of this year through BHA, that you proceed cautiously and not spend the money that you may regret spending in that one area.
That's why Levon invited the cabinet member for BHA to come present to Adams County. She's gonna answer all those questions personally.
All of them.
I
And
think
have all the
that-
answers.
I think that's a great idea. I think we should be engaging in all the stakeholders, whether it's state or other. I like that. So thank you. I am cautious though about relying on assumptions and predictions by the state on where this is gonna go. So I just think that we just make sure that whatever we do is is versatile. Whatever investments we make are versatile and not dependent on any one system that has not been proven. Well, first of all, implemented, let alone proven for success yet. If anything, the last few years at the state level for behavioral health has been proven to not be reliable. And I would like for us to just make sure we proceed cautiously before spending money that we regret spending.
My only, so thank you for this update. It's really helpful to visually see what the ask is, where ARPA has helped. I mean, there's so much funding and contracts and approvals and, we had very focused areas on where we wanted the funding to go. But when you drill down and you can actually see the benefit and tying that in, that really is helpful. Outside of this presentation and the numbers that you're providing to us today, is I attend the behavioral health meetings. That meeting is so painful. It is so painful to be an attendee at that meeting. I will attend in person. The audiovisual was just a challenge this last time. I think you were on that. It was just like, can you hear it? We can't hear you. Outside of the technical challenges in the room is really finding a solution for law enforcement. And I think that, for the type A's in the room and for law enforcement that are really seeking out a solution, administratively, it makes sense. This timeline makes sense. Then you have people that like law enforcement and myself and others that are just like, when is this happening? Why aren't we moving faster on this? Because and the last time is, yes, the data is important. But is the data so important to go back and collect data? I feel like asking that question, and I don't think it's anyone on the panel, is that it's prohibiting us from going forward to work towards the solution. And I know Aurora Mental Health, they're on the team with us. I know they want some background. They probably want to know what support looks like as they scale up and dedicate resources and humans to that, to this service and what that would look like. It's been going on, this conversation's been for years now. I'm looking at Jean, I want to
Jean's favorite
say
conversation.
at least 2022, if not earlier than that. It's been going on for a very, very long time. So I'm excited that we're here, and the Behavioral Health Crisis Center title makes sense, because then it's also some cost recovery. We can do insurance or whoever the administrative oversight is, but presenting a shared plan to stakeholders for 2027 implementation. It'd be great if we can do fourth quarter 2026 at the latest. I mean, that's like a year from now.
Plan, Commissioner, is October-ish. But
Okay.
that really just depends on land use and the building, and everything hinges on that. But we certainly share your sentiment, and it really is something that has been moved forward quite significantly just in the last few months.
It has. I really appreciate that. I pick up also dollar in my Brighton jar is the urgency behind it. That the service was closed so abruptly. There was no support. There's a lot of time investment for law enforcement to transport. That takes an officer off the streets for our cities, for the county to do the transport. the previous partner wasn't great because they would literally bring folks and the folks would be told something differently, and it's a safety concern for also community. Are they gonna go home and we have a different situation? Are they gonna get in a car and then we have a different situation that goes on? So I'm just, it's that urgency that I'm looking through is like, what's the solution for law enforcement and then safety for our community? So yeah, I'll be happy when this gets rolling and then the doors are open.
Yeah, we share your urgency, and we have a team working on trying to get some guidance on the land use. This is one of the hardest land uses to get through a process on, but we are putting a lot of resources to that, and are working really closely together to be strategic here and have, an efficient execution plan. I know it doesn't feel like it's going quickly, but we are pushing hard on this one.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I will say too, I think this is probably a really critical juncture when it comes to the question about the facility and land use, as far as if what we're working on now is not feasible, we have to move very quickly to find an alternative if we're going to really meet that timeline of October. And we know that, and that's going to require some probably quick pivoting and a lot of resources. So we're very hopeful we can stick with what we've already landed on, but this is going to be, I think, the next couple of months really, really critical to keeping this moving and not getting stuck. So I think everybody's kind of aware of that.
This one's on critical path.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so an update on discussions with our cities that utilize the Riverdale Animal Shelter. The background on this one is that the Riverdale Animal Shelter opened in 2020, replacing an outdated and increasingly non-compliant building. The modern facilities allowed for continuity and improvement of existing animal welfare services for residents, as well as animal control related services for partner municipalities. So that's the portion we've been discussing with our cities, is that their animal control officers pick up lost animals and need a place to take them. They partner with us by IGA, and there are existing IGAs that come up for renewal every 2 years. Beyond unincorporated Adams County, our shelter provides animal impound services for Brighton, Commerce City, Federal Heights, North Glen, Thornton, Bennett, Hudson, and Loch Bowie. Hudson's fully in Weld County, Loch Bowie's on the border. The current methodology for assessing these fees is based on a calculation of average shelter days. So the number, if you use the municipality's data, I'm giving you a really high level description of how this calculation is done. We have a much more detailed PowerPoint we've been sharing with the cities, but we calculate the number of shelter days we provide to animals that are found in their cities and come from their cities through their officers. And our volumes of animal intakes have significantly increased since the last time we revisited this IGA structure. The shelter took in 8,100 animals in 2024 and provided more than 121,000 days of shelter in 2024. And so there's significant growth in both of those numbers. Our operational costs have also significantly increased due to not only volume, but just other cost increases to things like medicine, food, supplies, staff, etc. So we've had meetings and gone through a pretty lengthy, detailed presentation with all of our partner municipalities, and just wanted them to hear and understand what our true costs are. And we continue to explore other funding strategies such as grants, donations, and customer fees. We are looking at recovering a portion of our costs through a cost recovery model, not our entire operating costs. Over here on the right, you'll see that our capital budget and the capital facility fees paid for the building itself, including site development as well as the building construction. In terms of the ongoing operational costs, it costs us roughly $5 million to operate the shelter. Most of that is funded by our general fund, which is, obviously all county taxpayers. That's been a conversation with our municipalities, and certainly a important point of clarification is that municipal residents are paying property taxes too. We recognize and appreciate that. The portion we're discussing today is really about that direct service by IGA for sheltering services. We're currently getting $371,000 in IGA revenue, which is a pretty small portion of our total operating budget. And then an additional $774,000 from fees, grants, and donations. Before our costs really started to grow, the IGA revenues were roughly 20% of our total operating budget. That's now shrunk to 7%. And so we're discussing with our cities getting that back up to something around 20%, which would increase that IGA revenue to, roughly 950,000 or something, right around those, right around that stage. And we've discussed with our cities phase in over 3 or 4 years. We showed them those different models of phasing it in over time. We've discussed caps on fees for IGA fees for smaller municipalities that have a harder time meeting that, rising costs projected increase. We're consolidating all the feedback that we've received from our municipalities, and we plan to bring that back to you. We have expressed to our cities that we're not asking for any changes to be implemented in the 2026 year. Many of them are in current IGAs. So for the 2027 budget year, we anticipate continuing this conversation with you all and with our cities to see if this is a conversation that we should continue or if we should prioritize other funding requests in this presentation or otherwise. So Steph is here. We together attended all 8 of these meetings. And our intent today is not to go into the details deeply, but just wanted you to have that context because we know that this is on our partner cities' minds when we're discussing funding. Yeah, I think this is my slide. You want me to do it? Yeah, I'll do this one real quick and then I'll pass. So this is a RACI model that we thought would be helpful for us, for you all, for anyone that's participating. All of these projects came together in lots of different ways, some out of lots of urgency, some out of ARPA. And I think now we're at a point where it's really important to clarify all of our roles in each of these projects. And so you see the columns: responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. This is how we are approaching these projects and how we anticipate making sure that they're completed and everyone understands how to get to the finish line on each of these projects.
RACI is not always the right tool, but this time I actually asked for this. And this is the projects we have currently. There may be other regional efforts that we're working on that I think it's important for us to have a way to keep track of who really is leading and owning the project, where are our stakeholders fitting in, and where do we maybe have gaps as far as, especially in the consulting and informed category as we're thinking about this. What we don't want is for all of that consulting and getting up to speed to be happening just internally. We don't want to be in a vacuum making decisions. And we really want to think about how our partners and stakeholders are part of this matrix when we have these kind of collaboration efforts, which I imagine, again, that we will have more than just these ones here as we move forward into the future. I also think it's just, there's a lot happening, and we have a lot of overlap between projects and funding and staff who are working on various aspects of this, and a lot of opportunities as we're thinking about the strategies to engage with our stakeholders and going out and gathering information. There's what we don't want is to develop a habit of just having individual conversations on individual projects all the time, but really thinking about looking at all of it, because really that's how they're receiving it, is that there's lots of requests coming from the county, and then we have a more comprehensive view of what it is we're really asking for and where we're fitting in. So RACI for the win this time.
And you'll see more of these. So this next topic is really more of an initiative piece, because as we indicated when we saw you all June 25th on all of our services and our spectrum between supporting people experiencing homelessness all the way up to permanent housing and development of units on our homelessness and housing spectrum, it is a large, complex piece. And we are consistently working on a regional level, not only to provide on the street, so to speak, assistance or off the street as we might be able to operate, but also then to achieve permanency and to look for means of moving farther upstream to prevent these issues to begin with. So this has been ongoing, as you all know, with the regional working groups on the field team level, and then you all and many of our other elected officials throughout the county and the 7-county metro, frankly, have been working on metro area commissioners and council members groups and other regional efforts to have that policy and approach piece moving forward. There has been a bit of a opportunity, as we spoke about last time, to fill in that middle support that to bridge those two efforts. We did indicate the 25 million in housing and homelessness supports in ARPA Tranche 2, as well as some of the acute supports in Tranche 1. Many of them were for things like eviction prevention and other programming to assist folks. And it kind of shows you in the pyramid where some of those things go. The year-over-year operational expenses are for things like those support services, severe weather activation, which many of us refer to as sort of a decentralized sheltering system where folks have access to hotel rooms in severe weather conditions, but are not necessarily a one-site sheltering location. And then here are some of the opportunities that we spoke about last time, the continued conversations that can continue with our regional partners around strategy and approach. I think that folks really came together quite well when we consolidated a lot of our efforts, particularly with the unhoused population just prior to COVID, when community safety and well-being was created, and they created the various streams of approach, including the upstream support. And now, about last time, we have services in each of our communities for navigating these services and to reach permanency in all of our community locations, and we continue to work from there. We have Beth Torgerson and Lindsay Earl here in support of any questions if y'all have any. They are really excellent in this space. Lindsay is particularly well recognized and across the state and frankly nationally for this type of work, so we're quite fortunate there. This conversation will be continuing. I think you all understand that the cities are beginning to want to come together a little more closely on, so what do we do from here in this space? And we'll start that with Thornton. They were our first asker in August, and we got that nailed down. So we will anticipate coming back and, feeding some additional steps forward with what we're learning from them in all of our cities on what they're looking forward to seeing. And then go right ahead before we jump into federal funding. Whoever's.
I want to stay on the arrows. Yeah, go Julie.
Okay.
All right.
So I really wanted to I'm excited that we're having these conversations. I will say it's been a long time coming.
Yes.
This is a conversation that I really wanted to have when I was first elected on Northland City Council, so dropping my dollar in the bucket today, back in 2017.
Yeah.
So this is a very long time that our communities have been advocating for Adams County to take a larger role here. And so I'm really excited that we're doing that. I think it's, continuing to determine what are those next steps, and Adams County leading that way, I think is going to be essential moving forward. So it's, yes, work with each jurisdiction, but, Adams County is really seen as the convener, and we need to fill up that space.
That would be our recommendation as well. And I think, we've done some really wonderful field work as a convener of practitioners. and moving the needle forward and physically moving folks out of the condition. I think the place that we're really needing to focus is how do we all contribute financially? How do we all contribute as a strategy going forward and as a region? A much more consolidated and coordinated dream really of getting folks not experiencing homelessness, particularly unhoused forms of homelessness.
Well, and also, what is our future state? What is our plan moving forward? Where do we want to see ourselves in 5 to 10 years? Because there's so many stakeholders at play here, including law enforcement. This was actually one of the biggest things we kept hearing from our officers is coming across somebody in the middle of the winter. There's no more vouchers, or we don't have anywhere to put them. What am I supposed to do with this individual so they don't freeze to death? So, I mean, it's just, it's such a huge community impact, and I'm excited that we're on that road.
Moving there.
Emma?
So I really appreciate, I have a similar question to Julie and sort of picking up, I feel like, where you left off. My question is like, Adams County has not been unified in identity. And that has harmed us when we go to advocate with Denver Foundation, United Way, Rose Foundation, El Lamar, la 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 la. And I feel like I bang on this drum quite a bit, but when we all compete with each other, we sound like noise. When we advocate together, I feel that we can be more successful. And we lose out to some of that philanthropic foundational support to Denver, I feel like, quite frequently. And when we can speak together, whether it's regarding transportation funding, whether it's philanthropic funding, in any of these aspects, getting people, as Julie said, to buy into the larger vision of Adams County as home is something I don't think that we have really curated as a brand in quite some time. And I think that we have an opportunity to do so. And for me, part of why people would believe in these programs that we're putting into place is because they feel an Adams County affinity and identity and solidarity. And so like I see all of this, and Steve, in true multitasking Steve fashion, sent an email on regional collaboration. I really appreciate that. I would also say that there are just a whole myriad of ways that we collaborate with each other, in addition to what he emailed and sent over on regionalism and collaboration, that we need to start highlighting. This is how we solve these problems together. And I think that this board got off to the right foot through the pandemic. We over communicated, we over brought people in. We were the fastest jurisdiction that we can track in the nation for distributing funds that we didn't have to our cities and our schools to make sure that they were able to care for their community alongside us caring for community till such time as they got their own funding. And it's not like we ever asked them to pay us back for those millions of dollars. So like, I think that there's some regionalism here that we can build moving forward. And I really, Julie was spot on, and I agree. I just want to see us take it to that next level.
That's
I
great
appreciate
feedback.
that. I think the only thing I need to add to this, for me, it helps. Our vision is that we were the backbone, and we encouraged every city to like tie into services and meet with Lindsay, and at the time it was Palo. And so we wanted to be the backbone, and then some cities signed on and provided a staff person, others did not. It's changed over time. When it's absent a city, I think my city in particular did not have a point of contact. It was just part of someone's position. The hospital and the fire department really stepped up, and they see law enforcement. They see these folks frequently in community. And so when we get, yes, do this work too, thank you. But also when we consider the network of providers, and then if we change our model of how we're approaching cities, our messaging, if you can just let me know, because I'm still using the model of, we're still using the backbone. And I don't know if we backfilled Paolo's position, but
it's on the way right now.
It's on the way, okay. So that'd be helpful.
Anything further from you? I don't wanna.
No, I just appreciate that.
Chocolate.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about in a couple slides as we get to the end, some of our thoughts. Daniela and team have been working on what a framework might look like for building out, how we're convening. I think to Alicia's point, there's a lot of strength that we've already built in how a lot of our teams on the ground are really coordinating across regionally to do the work. Where there's probably a gap is outside of that sort of staff to staff level. How are we higher level really convening, deciding what needle are we trying to move, and that will drive how we're investing resources and leading that together. I think that's really where we have a lot of opportunity and some thoughts on what that might look like, and leveraging our Spark team and others to build that out. But I do think that's the next step, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we move through.
We said really one more topic to cover and then kind of getting into that piece.
And I'll talk about this one. I think I mentioned at the beginning things that have changed since a lot of this started. And I think everybody is really aware of the kind of pending impacts of the changes at the federal level when it comes to federal funding, policy level changes that are really going to have impacts to community and are probably upending some of our traditional sort of models for how we are engaging with partners and nonprofits and stakeholders, and leaning on them to provide supports that a lot of the resources that we've come to rely on in the past are changing. And so there's a lot of uncertainty about what this will look like, and to be a backbone, how we're supporting it, and that kind of thing. And we know we've had some conversations really high level with some of our cities about what we're doing and what we're tracking, but we're working towards what does it look like regionally over the next couple of years for us to work together to identify some of those strategies, how we're responding and backfilling some of those resources, how we're supporting community, and really maybe rebuilding what that network looks like at a regional level, because we're just not going to be able to operate in the way that we have in the past without that federal funding and that certainty with some of the resources we've had federally. We've talked a couple of weeks ago about the impacts that we are anticipating. I think there's a lot of programmatic changes, but I don't know that we even know yet all of the real impacts that are going to be happening. Our public health department has been working on gathering data and creating a dashboard to start to try and track some of this. And I think, that partnership with public health, with human services is going to be really critical as we work through this. And if we have a regional framework that we're able to support, I think this will be really important to have in place and use that as we're having some of these conversations. It's out there. And as we're going out and, having these meetings and study sessions and things with our cities, I think this is just going to be an undercurrent that's always a part of the conversation. We're thinking a lot about how we're communicating about that.
And then we also wanted to provide a bit of timing context for everyone too, understanding that July through September is really budget development time for our cities and for us as well, right? And many of these things will need to be considered as we're working through that. And then September is the anticipated time when the federal budget may be adopted. Who knows how that goes. And then October 1st, our federal fiscal year generally begins. And from then we are thinking we will know impacts from that discussion that Dion just went over. And then we generally have our county budget final adoption December 2nd for start in January 1. And then that also begins a timeline for wind down of ARPA funding through 2026. So federal funding impacts and ARPA completion is really coming together in a perfect storm timeline, but just wanted to create that timing context so we could have that in the back of our minds as we're moving forward. And so this gives a bit of our anticipated pacing of those conversations too, going forward. And Dion will kind of move through what is our immediate priority in terms of what might be needed to live within that timing context of budget development, and then necessary resources for some of those items we've briefed you on.
Can you go back one?
Yep. This one?
Thank you.
Really?
So I think what we really want to talk about is kind of bringing it all together. A couple of things. One is we've been doing a lot of outreach already, but I've mentioned a couple of times that a lot of the work we've done, I think, has been sort of project by project, right? And what we're really hoping to do, and what I think our cities and other stakeholders are really craving from us, is that more kind of comprehensive strategy and sort of package as we're talking about what we're prioritizing. We have this whole slate of projects that a tremendous amount of work has already gone into. And to our earlier discussion about, you know, the cliff that's coming with ARPA and federal funding, you know, the question now is, what are we really leaning into and moving forward next? Is there anything in our slate that we think we may not have as much commitment to or sustainable support for that we need to maybe pull back on? Or are we full steam ahead on some of the projects and kind of mapping out what communications look like? Federal funding alignment, homelessness, support and coordination. Those are things that are already starting. And, you know, I think because of the timing of the federal budget and also for everyone in their annual budget process, this is really the last kind of shot for most folks to define their budgets before 2026 comes and ARPA comes to an end, and everyone is really thinking about what that looks like in their own budgets. And so having those conversations now over the next few months is really important, and they're going to be looking for a lot of specificity on what this funding is looking like as they build out those budgets. I don't know that we have enough information on the federal funding impacts on everything, but I think there's definitely a need to start talking together about that. And, you know, we have some things coming up on town halls and in other events that I think it's time for us to really start sharing what we do know and where we might need some support. So that's kind of like right now, this summer, end of summer. But again, as we move into 2026, particularly around the budget process for our cities and others who are working on their budget cycle, we mentioned earlier the two projects that we think actually have a 2026 ask, the FJC and the YRAG. I think we have to really pin down what the ask is going to be and what support we need initially, and getting ready for 2027 with some of these other supports. I do want to thank Stephanie and the Animal Shelter, who are really thoughtful about options and different ways that we can phase that. But I think we really just want to have that conversation of, is this the right ask at the right time right now? Or is this something we need to rethink? And so just kind of bringing together what our collaboration might look like over the next coming months.
Email.
I did send an email.
Haven't seen it yet, but yes.
During the conversation, because it sparked a lot of the approach. There are a lot of things that we do regionally that we don't take credit for.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the gist of my email, is that, and to be perfectly frank, I used a lot of that when we coming out of, when I was going through my 2018 election and then going into the 2020 election for the renewal of those two ballot measures. And then also well, that was coming out of the 14 election, then the 15 election for DIA, which was about regionalism. Followed up with 18, my own election, then 20 for the taxes. So I'm getting to the point that these things have been, I mean, I was able to pull some of this stuff, and it was really helpful in having conversations when the moment comes of, what have you done for us lately, kind of question. Or, hey, look, we were trying to create this culture of collaboration. Yes, at times we get pissy with our friends and neighbors and partners, but that happens when you're a family. And we are Adam's family, and we gotta, but I think like by taking a step back and identifying some of those other areas, when we come asking for something in one or two or three particular topics, we can also show the big picture and how things are working better when we do work together on some of these. And in that email, you'll see some of the examples. And I think before we go to Thornton, I'd like to have the broad picture of Thornton. It's very similar to total rewards. As an employer, you want to be able to say, yeah, here's your salary, here are your benefits, here are all the benefits that you get beyond the formal benefits. I think if we could identify those different areas when we go to a Thornton and say, here's what collaboration has done for Thornton. And everything from open space to the facilities to the different things. And you'll see that email. But I do think it's important that we keep the county commissioners engaged for the role that they're best at. And sometimes we get into these situations where staff will take off on a project like this, which is inherently and intensely strategic based on relationships. And if there's any sort of disconnect between the strategy plane and the tactical plane, we kind of miss each other, okay? That happens both internally, but it will also happen in the cities. And so that's why we're constantly like with the helping with homelessness and unhoused is like, we're talking to our colleagues, but they're saying that we're not talking to our staff, and they're saying that staff is not talking to staff. And then there's this perception, and constantly we're having to say, no, there are regional meetings and this is what's happening, but we need to kind of equip ourselves with some of these talking points. So it's a long-winded way to say, let's look at the big picture and drill down to the specifics for each city. So we have a very consistent message, because there are a lot of things that we're doing. And then we just own where it could be better and highlight and celebrate where it's being done right. But like, I don't want to go with 3 asks. The 3 asks are among the 25 other things that we're already doing.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't want it to look like. It's like, oh my God, there's these 3 asks or 4 asks, whatever. It's part of working together in this family. And by the way, in being in this family, look at what we're able to accomplish in these other areas. Forest from the trees.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You guys have said a couple of things that I understand are helpful to acknowledge, and they came directly feedback from the municipalities, such as residents within the municipalities pay property tax already, which is totally true. But we provide our statutory services out of those funds. And I think that's important to acknowledge. And you keep saying that we don't know the full impact of the federal cuts. Well, we don't. But we do know, as per the numbers, from Katie, and I sort of look at that for like reference, that we have 62,000 residents who are going to be impacted by these cuts and either have their benefits shrink or be eliminated. And 62,000 residents is so much more than I think folks understand the scope of impact to be. And so I can't tell you 100% like what the impact is going to be, but those types of numbers help people understand the scale of what we're up against, and strategic initiatives such as a family justice center, such as connecting the YRAC to the shelter, or having a youth shelter, such as having a detox or a behavioral health emergency intake facility, help us extend that safety net in an environment where we're going to see 62,000 people have their benefits trimmed or eliminated. So I do think we know more about the federal cuts than just they're happening. We don't know the full impact, but we know it will be massive.
Yeah. Julie.
A couple things on that. For those that we do know could be impacted, I'm throwing this out there as an idea. You could shoot me down. Would it be helpful to understand how that breakout is happening by city? If we have that information. So like, for example, and the reason why I want to do that is because I want to put it in context, right? Like, so for Northland, how many of our residents are going to be impacted by these cuts? Like, it could be, maybe we have a majority of the 62,000. It's like 40%. I don't know. I don't know what the
That'd be a
percentages
lot.
are.
That'd be your entire city.
Come on, Katie. Katie, I know, the answer is yes, we can absolutely do that. So Katie will elaborate.
Yeah, and I think it's extremely helpful, especially as we're looking at how do we partner with the cities to help support families and individuals who are losing benefits to the degree that we anticipate they're going to lose that benefit. In an instant of a child who would normally be Medicaid eligible for something under dental care, how are we making the right connections at the right time? And also, how are we communicating and making sure that our cities have the right information that we're also trying to get out, just so that we have just the scale that we're trying to cascade the information and the educational points as much as we possibly can. So in combination with the work that the health department's doing and we're doing, that's really going to be important as we move forward.
And really, I was thinking about it from a communication standpoint too, because saying 62,000 Adams County residents, you know, it's hard to kind of put your head around, like, how much are we talking about? And then, you know, oh, well, that's happening to somebody else. That's not happening to City, or that's not happening.
Oh,
in
that's
my
happening to
community.
Thornton, no, not North Met, or that's.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all those Westminster people who are getting cut out. I mean, like, so.
Unfortunately, it's being shared.
It's being shared across the way, yeah. So, I mean, I just, as we're talking to cities, they think of their city. And so it's important that our message is also focused on their city, because that's just how they kind of operate. Another thing, and this is maybe something we put a pin in, I don't wanna run down a rabbit hole on this, is when it comes to kind of the federal cuts, another thing that we've kind of brought up as a board and talked about is what are the gaps that we're going to be seeing? Obviously, we have SNAP benefits that are going away. You know, how do we support food banks? How do we support, and the work that, you know, the Spark team is doing, right? You know, like what, that's the next step that people wanna know about is this is happening to us. How can we lean in? And not necessarily like, I just feel like we need to have some kind of communication point about it of this is how Adams County is supporting nonprofits in the community, you know, this is how you could partner with us on some things. I don't really know what that message looks like, but we do have to take it a step further eventually of this is what's happened or what will happen. This is what we're doing in response to fill continued gaps. So I don't think we have the answers right now. It's really just a next step in this process of communication and collaboration that we're gonna need from our cities over the next couple of years, minimum.
I think that's the perfect segue into some of what we're thinking about, because you're right. I think that's a piece that there's a lot of discussion happening right now about where that's happening, at what level that's happening, how are we engaging community partners, all of that in this. You know, I think what we have historically been doing, I guess I'll say it that way, you know, doing a lot of presentations kind of at the program level or in particular departments, having a lot of one-on-one conversations. But what we're really thinking about is what is that approach to regional collaboration? And I haven't seen your email, Steve, so this may be related to it. But thinking about how we are sharing what regional collaboration already looks like and where are those existing regional networks or convening points where we can kind of overlay some of this and not just recreate the wheel. Thinking about where we're already having those natural touch points and at what level, and are we kind of arming everyone with the tools to be able to talk about what the impacts are, what we're working on, that kind of thing, so that it's not, you know, a vacuum. You know, when we're sitting there talking with someone at a regional meeting on transportation, maybe there's an opportunity to also invite someone to conversation about some of these other topics. Thinking about the way that we are describing cost sharing, the calculations we're using for cost sharing, and what does that look like for cities. You know, to your question, Julie, about having city specific data, I think it's a double-edged sword probably. It's really good for us to have, and some cities are going to have deeper impacts than others. And some cities are going to have less resources for those impacts. And so how are we kind of talking through what does that look like, you know, for us if we are making a calculation just based on population, or if we're making a calculation based on the number of users in that city or whatever that is, how we are also having conversations about what supports might need to be included. And it's kind of thinking about those right places for our staff, for us, for you all as we are coordinating. And then we can invite Daniela to talk a little bit about the regional sort of framework that we're thinking about, because that's what we hope to bring to you next, and kind of building that out.
While she's making her way in the room, I really, really appreciate this slide, and I'll talk about the process in a second.
Sure.
Is that I want to say that I can't speak for all the board, but I look at Steve, that this was always our intent, but through leadership changes, through changes in our board, through, you know, just different dynamics that we encountered, is for us to routinely discuss the regional issues in our councils and go to these, you know, community events or go to, you know, have breakfast with your mayor or whatever the case may be, is that was always our intent. What I really appreciate about this presentation is that first it's the identified roles. Thank you, Daniela. But it really sets that time horizon. So I noticed that you had 2027, that our focus really looks at the future time horizon. Like, yes, the board does day to day, or we all do day to day stuff, but really, how are we planning for the future? How are we planning impact? How are we planning intentionality, especially as we head into the budget? And funding is going to get a little tighter depending on our state and federal partners, is really measuring that. And you know, something I want to talk about at our retreat that we have with Dion on Friday, or next Friday. The next 3 weeks are just packed again. Next Friday is really when we look at starting down a project, starting down programming, starting down a road, is that we really have the defined goal up front of what is our intent of doing this. Fill in the blank here. And that might be a new lens that we may not be able to tackle in 2026, but definitely when we look at the 2027 budget, is why are we doing what we're doing? And I think this is the board to tackle those things, like without the answer being we're doing it because we've always done it that way. Like, why are we doing, you know, this thing? Or even looking at programming of maybe it doesn't serve us anymore and we need to rethink and repurpose that funding or that staff time and involvement to something that is more impactful. So those are just things I want to keep an open mind about as we go into 2026, 2027 budget and discussion of policy and strategy. So Daniela.
Okay, so I've been working with the team here on what would a regional collaboration framework look like. There's a lot, I think, that's already happening, but how do we get it really across the finish line? So the team and I have worked on a framework option really similar to how we're implementing the long-term resiliency plan here at the county, which is with different levels. A lot of the technical staff working groups, which is on the grant coordination and implementation, that's already happening. We have a lot of working groups. We have a lot of our staff already doing that work, as well as at the elected official side, that's already happening. Those conversations, those policy, that decision making. I think it's that thread, like what takes something from our implementation team to the elected officials that may be missing. So a proposal could be that we have these 3 levels: the technical staff working groups, which are already happening, an executive level regional working group that would be new, and that's where all of, you know, executive level from all of our cities or all of our partners, just like stakeholders, come together and really work on strategic leadership and that consensus building before it goes to elected officials. At that middle level, at the executive level working group, we would really work on everything that the technical staff working groups have been putting together, reviewing, having discussions, and really aligning priorities, the phase implementation and funding models. But then we would prepare all of that once everyone's, you know, aligned and has consensus. We would prepare all of that for our elected officials. So that way everyone's getting the same communication, the same project plan, the same funding recommendation at the same time. In order for that to work, we would need a thread through all 3 of them. So we would need some type of backbone to really work at all 3 of these levels to make sure that all the process is, you know, the same for every initiative, every project, that we're all looking at it the same way and asking the same questions. One of the things that we could also do at all of the levels, or bringing all of the levels together, is that visioning that you guys mentioned before. What is the vision for Essex County? And what is the vision for collaborating? so that there's kind of like a ground setting for everyone. And that we all know the purpose and kind of like the goal and the vision of Adams County as a region. So that's in short, something that we've been working on. Definitely wanted to bring it to you all to your thoughts, feedback.
Julie. I love this structure. I think it's really exciting. I guess logistically for the elected officials bucket, and for each of these, would this be like an in-person meeting with everybody at the same time? Or were you thinking that the executive level regional work group, which would include individuals from all municipalities in the county, just presents in their own respective circle? Like, is the elected officials getting together in one spot and hearing this information, or are we hearing this disseminated by staff?
I think it's open. I think it's open. I think at the executive level, county staff can help prepare those summary packets so that then it can be disseminated. But if it's preferred to have everyone together hearing it all at once, I think we can also do that.
We would want to hear that piece, I think, from you all, that you would understand that better than we would in terms of when it makes sense to carry some things out just informationally, and when it makes sense, which topics come together maybe all together.
It's a big meeting.
It would be.
But I think, I don't know, I'm half of me is like, yes, this would be awesome. The other half is logistically this isn't doable, but I don't know. I think it actually would be really awesome if you have all elected officials sitting in the same room getting the same information. Now, obviously, each group would have to go back and talk about their own issues with each item, but at least if the conversation's all universal initially, I don't know. I think that would be critical.
Well, and I know you all have been talking, and so have some of the city's leadership, about how do we make AdCog a little more active and useful?
Yes.
We already meet at those times. That could be a nice solution for putting this together then.
You're reading my mind. I was just thinking almost like maybe a one-day AdCog conference, something as we're really
cool,
really drilling into regional collaboration. And I think Daniela and team, our hope is that we can come back to you and build this out and propose something with a lot more specifics to it, but just thinking about what would that look like. And we do have some, not only projects, but things happening like federal funding and that kind of thing that I think are very topical that would really inform that. So it's not just a free for all, but really kind of intentionally convening. I like that approach.
If it was like a one all day thing, that would have to be on a weekend.
It would have to be on a
council
weekend.
members have jobs.
Yeah.
So, which I'm fine with doing.
But if we did that strategically, maybe you guys thought about once a year or twice a year for the big get-togethers, and then you could have almost maintenance at the AdCog meetings, something of that nature.
I would yes to that, and we have to pay attention to the municipal election cycle.
Oh yes.
Because they are up with half their boards every 2 years. And if we planned something for a Saturday in October, most people would not come.
Yeah, we'll need y'all's expertise on that.
Well, I don't think it's expertise. I think they have elections every 2 years in November.
Yeah.
And so we need to not do it in September, October, leading into November. Either because people won't come or the decision makers will not be there in 3 months. And so a decision-making process that's aligned with the spring, a January, February, March. Yes, there's weather, but it is viable. We should also just look up when the Colorado Municipal League conference is and make sure we don't interfere with that. And when is National League of Cities? And just make sure that we're being mindful of our guests.
CML is usually June, second or third week, I think.
NLC is in the spring, so I don't know.
You know what, I think you're bringing up a good point. I don't know what the answer is, but I'd like for us to eventually get to the point where we have maybe some sort of big three questions that you always ask, whether you're interacting with somebody's calling in, or you're about to send out a communication, or about to put together things. what's my intent? How could this be received? You know, like some sort of like real quick thing that we integrate into the culture of the organization here that tries to encourage and promote some empathy, sympathy, some understanding, a little bit of, because like at the core of what Emma's talking about is just being sensitive to some, and sometimes
Making it feasible for them to attend.
I agree. I'm going deeper, but yes, I think
Yeah.
that's fair. And I'm just saying like, this is kind of happening, there's a theme of it, and I am not, I fell in this all the time, and I'd like to, it's just to plant the seed today. This is a bigger, deeper kind of core thing, but it's kind of like, hey, let's, before this goes out, like if we're sending something to a neighborhood about some project, how could this be perceived? How could, we thought about this, you know, and just kind of analyze it. It's a little bit more thoughtful approach, because what Emma's getting at is we want to encourage people to, and there are sometimes that we do things with the greatest intentions and it's misperceived. What I also love is the idea though of an annual gathering of the leaders of the community in a way that's a little bit more formal, not unlike what's being proposed when we pull together the nonprofits. I think that there could be some synergies, maybe a little bit, but like just the idea of convening, the power to convene is so powerful that we sometimes overlook it. And you see it like with like, you know, with Juntos and some of the, like when we bring people together, people really come together on those things. And I've seen that happen. So those are two things. They're separate, but I like the idea of convening in some way that is thoughtful and we just really make sure it's, and I appreciate this because the triad that you have there is so important and consistently,
Yeah, I love it.
I feel like, you know, if we want to break down their silos within the organizations, but also cities have the same ones, you know. So I think this is outstanding. So thank you.
So on your handout, the regional collaboration framework handout, my mind was in two places. So this framework could also be used internally. And then if you just, you know, under elected officials is, rather than it saying final review, is that, you know, priorities, there's priorities somewhere. That priorities or priority development, you know, brainstorming, we have a retreat next Friday, we have another retreat first quarter of the year. So I was thinking more along those lines rather than this be the regional meeting with councils and mayors. I love the idea of an ad hoc something, whether it's a day thing. The other thing is that having been a working city council member, it is really hard because you have to take vacation time to do all the things, is if we go to them. And so us going to them helps. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. We don't have the budget, I don't think, to go up to the mountains and do maybe an early day when they, you know, when they do CML, or if they do it regionally. I don't know if they do it locally or not, but it's easier to go to them. So if they're already out for a meeting for CML or for ad hoc dinner, we can add on to it. The ad hoc dinner has just evolved to show and tell over time of like, here's our big new stadium, Dick's Sporting Goods. And then from that, just like let all the cows out of the barn. So because everyone's like, well, now you have to come see my swimming pool and you have to, so it was policy. It has just diminished to a lot of social, but still a lot of really insightful and thoughtful conversations happen. But no, I love this.
It needs a catchy acronym.
It needs a catchy acronym.
I was thinking RMC, but you know, I really think that we could maybe put, we could get really
Adam's
creative.
Family?
Adam's Family.
Done.
Adam's Family
Done.
Reunion.
Adam's Family Reunion, okay.
Okay.
I think we could throw out some ideas.
Yeah.
We have a really exciting.
It's like they're
Workshopping.
Let's please give the
Wow. That was very well done. We could have ideas.
Oh, you too, Julie.
So kind of thinking about next steps and sort of after hearing, and I think it's been really helpful to just kind of talk through this today and to hear what you all are thinking. And, I think before we talk about specific next steps, I don't want to lose track of the question we asked earlier, which is, looking at this sort of slate of projects that we have, just making sure that we're still feeling like this is the right time for all of these projects, or if we need to make any adjustments or really think about, how we're bringing these conversations forward, particularly the animal shelter, I know has been kind of a tricky one, and it's not going to go away. So something we have to kind of sort out, but I think we want to be tight on our approach.
So, I just want to flag, when you consider your audience, the city manager's asking us to bundle our ask almost presupposes they're going to say no to half. So I just want us to be prepared for that. I don't know what that means. And it's going to get real weird when the cities each say no to a different half. And so I just want us to be as thoughtful and as transparent as possible on what it means to do this work. And I think we have done the work so far, but really taking that lens to each project. Does each municipality feel ownership in this project? Why? What would make them feel ownership of this project? What would be a benefit to their residents and to that city? And really making sure for each one of those we've answered that question, like Julie was bringing up earlier, talking about the scale of impacts across Adams County, but in their municipality specifically, we're going to have a persuasion approach. It was something that staff helped Steve and I when we did our little dog and pony show around the open space ballot initiative. We went to each city council and we were able to say, in this city, this is what open space did for you. This is what the parks renovation budget did for you. Yeah, we do the big numbers, but then we'd have several slides on their jurisdictions. So I know that's more work, but that I think is going to be what's required to be successful. So that does bring us back to conversations we've all been having intermittently whenever we get together. Regionalism, what does it look like? Who holds that work? Who's the leader of it? Who holds the relationship with these municipalities? Because we have a little bit of a gap right now. And this is a great framework, but then who's in charge of leading the Adams County component of that persuasion effort?
I think that rather than, because I agree with them that it sounds like a lot and it is more, but we have a meeting coming up.
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
And let's take those different topics that I tried to put into the email plus others that people can add and say, where are the only areas we can do this? And we start with Thornton, then we find out, hey, we need to tweak it for the next one. Then we take, we kind of learn from there. But I agree with Emma that if we're just going and they've got 5 or 6 things, they're gonna be starting from the standpoint of, all right, how do we knock it down? The bottom line is this is a bigger picture. The other thing we need to keep in mind is, are we aware of what the impact is of our ask?
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody's asking me for $1 million, it doesn't matter whether I like the idea or not. I don't have $1 million to give. And so I think that we need to really have some real reflection on what we're asking and where the other folks that we're talking to are in their world. We're going to them. We're going to where they are. And I think that'll help us if we really leverage those relationships you have with your colleagues, and we can do this. And that's the point. Like before going to that meeting, should have reached out to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or all of the city council members and the mayor to have kind of a conversation and set the table. So we're not walking in cold to something that will be undoubtedly looked at as an unreasonable ask, no matter what it is. It's persuasion before persuasion.
I think it's all part of relationship building.
100%.
Because we do the same, like, you don't go in with your laundry list of things when I go meet with you know, the Mayor Pro Tem of Brighton, I go in very strategically of like, what is also happening in your city? What are you working on? What are your priorities? And how can we help? You know, y'all are smart people. You can go reconnaissance as well and gather information and get answers. So, okay, anything else on this?
I don't think so. We have an ag hog dinner tomorrow night, so.
This is a lot. You listen to us.
Wow.
So you guys, I gotta give you credit. You listened to us because we told you that we're prioritizing strengthening the relationships with our cities.
Yep.
And this isn't fly by night like it has been in the, you know, in the past where people feel like we're just kind of going in and winging it. This is important. And I think that any city or any person who's watching or listening to this will know that we're intentionally trying to strengthen the relationships. That it's more than just a simple ask on certain projects. We're talking about how to strengthen us overall. So I just want to give you guys credit for that. And thank you.
Yeah, so our bringbacks are going to be, we'll work ahead of time, the meeting with Thornton on the 19th, kind of thinking about what we're bringing forward and what that pre-work looks like. I think Daniela and team will continue to work on building out more detail on what we think this framework could look like, and also some ideas around potential AdCog convening, what that might be. And then I'm sure we'll have more to come in the next couple of weeks. We do have an AdCog dinner tomorrow night, Northglenn.
Looking forward to it.
And we're preparing some updates that we could share in case you wanted to highlight any of those things. So Jillian and I have a draft of that. We wanted to wait for this conversation to finish in case you want to hint at anything that we discussed today in your update tomorrow night at AdCog.
Should we just send them a text that says bring your checkbook?
Sure.
Everyone
See if you can get it
with
done.
their checkbook, we got this.
Not funny.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody who contributed to this.
Okay, sure. We're gonna take a quick
I won't.
I was like, stop it. Okay. Thanks, Erica. All right. Jeff and Jenny, unless you have a introduction. No. Okay.
Hey. Commissioners, good to see you. Again, Jeff Kloska, Director of the Air and Spaceport. With me is Jenny, Director of the CED. And what we wanted to do today was just to discuss and talk about the after action memo that we sent out regarding our attendance at the Paris Air Show. But both myself and Jenny were in attendance along with Commissioner Baca from the board. A memo was provided as part of your packet. And, Commissioner Baca, I know you were going to send out a similar messaging as well. So let me know as I'm going through if you want me to stop, if you talk anything, or if you want me to get through, and then we can discuss anything. So, but I'll just be covering the memo from a real high level, but happy to also dive more in depth as we're going. So we attended the Paris Air Show back in last month in June. We attended in partnership with the state's OEDIT team, led by Bob Belitek. As part of the Colorado booth that they took out there. Our primary purpose was to market CASP and, really secondarily to just do a real assessment, since we were unfamiliar and we didn't know a whole lot about this event, was to information gather and to, really start to put thoughts together regarding potential for future attendance. And then thirdly, to assist Colorado in representing Colorado, as an aerospace team. There's 3 aerospace companies from Colorado that were part of the booth. Metro Morgan from Metro Denver EDC was there, and then a contingent of the board members from the Denver South Economic Development Group. Who's one of the board members is Mike Frunfeld, director of Centennial Airport. So he was there as well, championing Centennial. But just a real high level summary. So the Paris and the Farnborough Air Shows, they're one of the top global aerospace expos. They typically have about 2,400 exhibitors. 140,000 aerospace and aviation professionals attend. If you think about those exhibit halls, like the massive ones you see in Vegas, picture 4 or 5 of those at this event, with so many exhibitors. Our presence really aligned with our strategic goals to attract investment, build R&D partnerships, promote horizontal launch, diversify the economy. And our participation really raises CASP's profile among global aerospace leaders, government investors, etc. Really, so some of the key takeaways. Again, I'm going to talk about it real high level, but feel free to dive in. Some of the biggest takeaways that I saw there, and that talking with the Denver South group, was they have a pretty thorough and developed process that they utilize, and they have a European consultant that they utilize to do business development within the European continent, as far as looking for marketing to and getting companies to come to the Denver South area. During the whole air show, this guy had a whole booklet for them, outlines on every company. He had meetings set up from beginning to end every day with the Denver South team. So I did get a chance to talk to them about the Marcus was his name, and the company that he works for. And, he obviously wouldn't be able to work for us directly. It'd be a conflict of interest, but he said he'd be more than happy to share, essentially competitors of his, that do similar services. But,
Wait,
what's that?
What was that?
Who's the European consultant from Denver South, Metro Denver South?
Okay.
So they essentially pay him to represent their interests at European events, and the Paris Air and Space Expo was one of those. And then he'll go to other events without their attendance if they're like smaller ones that they don't want to travel for. He'll go and represent Denver South just on his own.
A couple of years ago, I think Kip Shirotis was going to Japan, and at one point, these guys, right? Didn't they hire him to do something out there?
Kip is the executive director for the I-70 Regional Economic Advancement Partnership, and he went with a different contingency, not through I-70 REIT.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But we talked to a number of other groups from Japan who are setting up aerospace innovation ecosystems, somewhere of like co-working spaces for aerospace startups and educational groups looking to grow, their presence in Japan. And, I think there's a way that we can learn from that and talk with them about, setting up a similar type of arrangement, or partnership here at CASP. Made a number of connections through the U.S. and and international embassies there, specifically the French embassy, the United States embassy in France, and then their embassy here in the United States, who have attachés and have economic development folks who focus on the cross exchange of companies, amongst the two countries. United Launch Alliance had a good presence there. Opportunity to build relationships with them. They're headquartered in Centennial in the Denver South area, but the event that they put on highlighted the absence of the Colorado delegation at this event. Florida, Alabama, Texas, their congressional delegations were there like in full. Colorado was not, so that's talking to the United Launch.
Again, they're members of Congress.
Yes.
The entire Floridian delegation was there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alabama, Texas, Mississippi. I mean, a number of the aerospace states. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for sharing. I just wanted to make sure you said congressional delegation and then you moved on, and I was like, just want to make sure I heard that correct. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's like for Alabama, for example, United Launch Alliance, that's where they do their rocket, building of their rockets before they put them on a barge over to Florida. So, their launch site delegation was there in Florida. Their manufacturing site in Alabama was there, but then where their HQ is here in Centennial, didn't have the Colorado delegation, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if the Colorado delegation has a history of attending this event. So
do you mind? Can I jump in for a minute?
Feel free. Yeah.
I think, and Commissioner Baca would echo this. One of the most differences between other states and Colorado was so Kansas, Texas, Oklahoma, very large, well-established presence. One of the things we learned was, so for example, Ohio also had quite a large one, is that they have a defined state level revenue source for the economic development activity around their aviation and aerospace industries. So I believe Ohio has, I think they're in the entirety of their tax on liquor goes to support that. So it's allowed them to build a very strong and consistent presence at that. And then I think the delegations have further supported that. So was it Sunday or the weekend sort of preceding the start of the air show, they have activities organized just for those congressional delegations. And Monday morning, the Secretary of Transportation, right? Was there and did a kickoff of the show. So we're learning, right? But it was a significantly different scale of involvement from other states.
Yeah, the Colorado booth was, a smaller 10 by 20s, a number of the other states had massive, like 60 by 80s, like, just dwarfed, essentially kind of dwarfed Colorado's presence. But again, Colorado's never, as far as I know, has attended like this in the past. So getting there, I think, is the first step, and then hopefully the OED, the Colorado State will want to grow its presence. But I talked to another company from Germany called Polaris. They're actually, believe it or not, developing a space plane, which is a very viable future partner for the license that CASP has as far as a dual propulsion, space plane system. Cosmic Aerospace out of Belgium. They're working on electric autonomous aircraft. Testing and manufacturing opportunities could be a thing at CASP. And then, I think, and then Accenture, a global innovation partner. These are just a couple of the highlights from some of our takeaways. I don't want to get into details in a moment, but overall cost summary for us for the three of us to attend, was roughly call it 20,000, with hotel, travel, per diem, our, some marketing materials we brought, there was no booth cost. The state covered our registration to the air show event, which it's not a big registration dollar amount, but it's still nice of them to cover. And then, real future options, could include a CASP Adams County booth, could include, the potential for utilizing a consultant similar to what Denver South did, which from what I could tell was highly effective, versus, where he would, he sets up meetings and goes and seeks, he does his best to seek meaningful marketing, opportunities, rather than waiting in the booth to, wait for people to walk by, which has its time and place, but they seem to be very effective with their consultant. Another option two is, continuing to join the OEDIT, Colorado booth. That is if OEDIT does continue to participate, I don't know of their long-term plans if they intend for this to be an annual thing. The industry did push them to go to this event because the Colorado industry was seeing what other states were doing. So we're hoping that this will build with OEDIT. And then an option 3 is going as a regular attendee, not doing a booth, working with a consultant, and setting up all those meetings, not as visible as far as not having a booth or a location to sit in, but still very much effective as far as being able to have those direct connections to a number of the companies. So with that, the recommendations toward the end of it, did include, continued attendance at the event with board support, of course. Consider, that we consider hiring a European business development consultant or something similar, the scope of which would have to be developed and worked out because, I'm not sure what Denver South's scope is with their guy, but it seemed to be very thought out. And not sure if they would share that with us, but I can always ask. And then, really the attendance supports CASP growth as an aerospace hub and aligns with, our overall Adams County long-term, economic goals and objectives. And with that, I know I've been talking a lot, and I feel like we'll hand it over to Jenny and Lynn as well to share their perspectives.
Sure. Okay. I think there's 2 important components to how we think about it moving forward. One is specifically what the involvement does relative to CASP, but then also recognizing that aviation and aerospace is a target industry for Adams County more broadly. And one of the things we heard sort of from the companies that were in the booth with us, as well as I think a lot of conversations Jeff has had outside of that, is many of the aerospace and aviation companies in Colorado don't feel there is any sort of unified voice or organizing presence. It's a role that the state has sort of abdicated in recent years, and they're looking for that kind of convener and leadership. There has always been some challenges with OEDIT being the torchbearer, not just for that industry, but in general, because they're so tied to changes in administration, right? So they'll staff up and they'll get great people, and then the administration will change and there's turnover. And so I would say one of the things I took away from a broader economic development perspective was the need for that sort of organization at a state level that has some sustainability over time. So, which definitely benefits CASP, but has broader impacts as well.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. I also debriefed with Kristen was in on that conversation, Jeff and Jenny, just to talk about a lot what Jeff has presented. So just to affirm what they've already said is that it was really the state, it was not literally, it was the state of Colorado OEDIT, Office of Economic Development, International Trade, that invited the spaceport to attend this with them. And I think once we were on site, first of all, the booth, and I agree with you as far as booth size and presence, booth presence at those trade shows really makes a difference. Because when we walk down the blocks, I call them the blocks, when you walk down the street, the hall to the next block, I was like, y'all, Kansas can't beat us out. dang Texas.
Oklahoma, Kansas, yeah.
Yeah, like Texas, Florida had like they had both sides of the street. There was really big presence, but what was really also important, I think, and this is either feedback we can give to edit or what the board would want to do in the future, is that the visuals matter and the graphics matter. So as you walked up to booths, you can clearly see who their network and their ecosystem was in their state. Anywhere from higher ed, those that had presence doing business, those that had maybe they had their own table that had their business logo on it. So it matters as you're walking through and you're a professional, to say, oh, well, did you see so-and-so state? And did you know that this company was there or whatever? And they're partnering with higher ed. All of that matters, I would think, to a business of that's really exciting for me to go there, and engage them in a conversation. So the other thing was perspective, in that it's important to know, I mean, we get great updates from Jeff, but to understand how you measure up and where you land in the big picture of everything, is that, yeah, Boom, we all celebrated with Boom, took our picture with Boom. Boom is leading the industry right now when it comes to sonic space travel, passenger travel. So they're ahead of China. They're doing research and development here. You're also right on Colorado not being supportive of the air and space. So it was also air. So it wasn't just space, it was also commercial. So Airbus was there, Gulfstream was there, every component from the ground up, windshields, landing gear. I mean, they had presence of all of the things, drones. Is that Colorado is not giving a lot of love to this industry. And so if we really want to lean in, which I suggest that us as an agency that we do lean in because we own the asset of the Colorado Air and Spaceport, it can be really, it could be a big economic driver, and we can be a leader in the Colorado industry, I think, with some additional presence. If we up our presence, I know you do a lot, Jeff and Jenny, in the industry space, but really convening, whether it's Congress people, I would not put a lot of time into the current governor. We might sit with his OEDIT person. I think that we really need to keep our eye on the governor's race and maybe have all those, as that race comes together, is have those candidates out to the spaceport and have them understand where we're coming from. We can do a lot of work in telling our own story.
Yeah.
So I can't blame all of it on OEDIT. I did not feel Metro Denver was as effective in my conversations with what are they doing for Adams County. Knowing that we were also, not Adams County, the Colorado Air and Spaceport, as we all attended in the booth. So understanding that network and really having presence in those agencies of these are our priorities. And so when I did ask Metro Denver what their priority was, it was like 13 priorities, and this was one of 13 priorities for Metro Denver. So looking at that, and the other thing is looking at that investment. Do we get our return on investment with Metro Denver? Do we invest in others? You had mentioned the Colorado Chamber. Is there a Colorado Economic?
Oh, there's the Economic Development Council of Colorado.
Yeah. So, I think we have a lot of room to grow. I think this gave a lot of perspective and a lot of legs to the Colorado Air and Spaceport. So I mentioned the governor's race.
Yeah, and I will add that as well as state support, that it's pretty evident, like especially within New Mexico and Oklahoma and a number of other states, that they have full support and weight behind the state support of their spaceports. And that's something that we just don't have here. And it's probably for a number of reasons, but Oklahoma has a full aerospace economic development authority set up to that. There's state funds that go into that support the economic development at that spaceport there. So it's
so one of the
You go, I was just getting a line.
I didn't get my report completed for this presentation, but I did a SWOT analysis for administration, for the board. One of the threats that we have, but it's would be a huge lift, a huge investment, even before all of the federal stuff started getting gutted, is a potential second space site in Colorado. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere, but I would put that down as a threat that we really need to lean into this. And so the conversations regarding Altitude X, being a fixed-based operator, that RFP process of what that looks like, are really important on how do we grow. And so the other thing is really the messaging of what are we trying to attract? So I think that's part spaceport. I think that's, you know, as Altitude X comes more into vision or more into focus of what they have, my recommendation is that we continue to invest in this, and I will just plant a seed. If we want to be a global attraction for space, whether that's research and development, manufacturing, peripheral, even air support, aero support, not space support, but also regional air support, that we look at an investment. So we have 2026 governor raise. That second quarter would be the Paris Air Show again. It's the biggest one. I think it's the one Jeff said, also not here, but it's the one to attend. It's where everyone is at. I mean, they broke a record on the number of attendance this year. There are over 305,000 people that had attended the expo and air show. So maybe if OEDIT doesn't have their legs under them, or we plant the seed with, you know, the Polis administration to say, yes, fund this, and, you know, allow the new governor to, you know, participate in it, leave the door open. I don't know what that conversation would look like, but that would be one of my recommendations, is that we continue to look at this and lean in as Colorado. And we really have an opportunity to be a leader, in my opinion, not just on the political side of the House, but also on the space industry, because the excitement is there. And there was a number of expatriates from Colorado at the air show that sought out the booth, which I was shocked, and they loved the Red Rock stickers and some other swag that was at our table. So yeah, I think that it was a great experience. It's not out of reach for us to be a national, if not a world leader in some of this. I know horizontal launch or vertical launch is like really sexy and gets a lot of attention. I love Jeff's tagline of horizontal launch is sustainable. So if you take off like an airplane, you have a traditional takeoff and landing, less opportunities that it crashes and that you don't have to rebuild it over and over and over. So anyway, those are my, it is the future. So Little Watkins, Colorado Air and Spaceport made one of the conference. Did you get that publication?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So of course, when I'm like hustling, trying to find it, I cannot find the quote, but it's okay. It did make the publication as I was fanning myself and like flipping through, and I was like, oh my gosh, here's the whole thing on Boom and Spaceport in Colorado. So Emma.
Oh, shoot. You're saying so many important things. I feel like I lost my thought. So, oh, there it is. Okay, so I hear you on Metro Denver EDC, and that is an organization that we are a member partner of. We are also member partners at Adams County Regional Economic Partnership. As we build out that relationship, I would like to know how we are encouraging them, supporting them in developing these assets. They were cut out of the CASP anniversary celebration until the last minute. We've had some opportunities that we could have involved them that we didn't really take advantage of. And so some conversations on how are we leveraging the economic development partnerships that we do have to elevate this conversation at the statewide level, so we are not the only voice, I think could be really powerful. So as we move forward and flesh out our economic development strategy, I just would like to see us use our partners, because we have Colorado Air and Spaceport. We cannot match statewide funding of an economic sector. And so for states who do statewide funding of an economic sector, we, Adams County alone, cannot match the impact of the statewide funding. So what voices are we elevating in the economic development space to bring that conversation around aerospace up to the capital, up to the state of Colorado? We just want to like put that out there for future conversation, because it's a long-term strategy.
It is a lot. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that I want to give this the opportunity that we at least vet all of the possibilities before we say no or someone tells us no.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I
So-
wasn't trying to say yes or no. I was trying to say, I want to know what all of our assets and allies are as we do an evaluation.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing which I said earlier is that, you know, when we start a new program, we
Yeah.
start as we go into the budget season, is really asking that question. This is me. This has not been approved by the board. Dion administration heard it for the first time today. Is that we really have to ask the question of what is the intentionality behind us doing this work? And I think that's the Colorado Air and Spaceport for me. That's the first block that I'm on, is like, what does this look like and what resources can we put towards it, whether it's, you know, human time, bodies here, bodies nationally to go do some things. Do we leverage political? And I think those are all of the things that we need to vet as a team of what is the vision of the spaceport. It could be a huge economic driver for Adams County. All out Centennial Airport, they said, you know, Adams County needs to find out the spaceport of who they really are. And they don't have the room. So they don't have the room to grow. He says, it's unlimited of what you really can do. He says, I wish I can do some of the things that you potentially can do, but I just don't have the room. So I think we need to think about, you know, a strategic plan that we're doing, a SWOT of like, where do we land in the national spaceport? What are our advantages, our disadvantages, short and long term? So all of those different conversations. And I think we should tie in Crow's office at a minimum, and we'll talk more at our retreat on strategy for spaceport and our brainstorm some ideas. Julie.
So I think that this is a very large, initiative and work that we'd love to do. I agree with Emma, right? We're not going to ever match Texas. Adams County cannot match the state of Texas, but
Kick their asses.
okay, Steve, you go get them. But I think one of the things that we do need to do, in the interest of CASP, is continue to build that Colorado voice. And what does that look like? And if we're gonna need to be the drivers of that, and like, or at least the biggest pushers to kind of pull together a coalition of organizations across the state, because if you look at aerospace in Colorado, it's all over the map. Broomfield, Lafayette, Boulder, Colorado Springs, Westminster, here, like, of course, in unincorporated Adams County. So, I mean, it really is step one, also figuring out the Colorado Coalition. What role do we play in that space? But then also, you know, even locally, how are we using our relationships with, you know, Metro Denver EDC, BC-REP, like what is our message to the aerospace industry when it comes to Adams County? I'm not quite sure if we have one, but if we don't, we should get one. And then like, what is our engagement with, you know, businesses that we want to move here, is going to be a huge piece. So it's a very large project. I think we need a lot of strategy, and frankly, we need really talented strategic thinkers on this project. And I know, Dion, we've talked about that this morning, of the bigger project. This is so huge. It's bigger than us, but we still need to have players, you know, continue to move us in that right direction. We're a lot further behind than other states, it sounds like, and that's okay. It just means that we have a lot of places to go, a lot of improvement to make. And so, but if we could be that catalyst here in Colorado, then that obviously benefits us, it benefits our region, and how we move forward. So I think it was great to hear your guys' feedback on this trip. You know, I think future investment, I would love to see us continue to do great things. I just want to make sure that we have all of the relationships in place and all of the measures in place so that we could capitalize on, you know, going to this air show. Like, what are we bringing back home? Like, how is this making Adams County better by investing this money in this time? So I just want to make sure that that's continuing, something that we can meet moving forward. Those are really all my thoughts, but sounds like an amazing eye-opening event, and I'm glad you guys were able to bring some good information back home.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity.
What are, there was do you remember when we went down to the Space Symposium, we met those folks that we first met on Space Day?
Yeah.
What's their name again?
The Sierra Space folks?
Yeah.
Is that who you're talking about? Yeah. So they're the ones over there in the Lafayette, you know, over by Ball Aerospace, not far from Rocky Mountain Metro. I've been hitting them pretty regularly to re-engage as far as being able to use CASP as a potential re-entry site. We're still working on them on scheduling. You know, they don't consistently get back to us fairly readily. So, but we're staying on them usually every couple of weeks as far as reaching out.
Because we met them personally with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they came to they sought us out
Very excited, yeah.
that day, trying to, and at the Space Day and at that event. So we can help you reach out to them.
Absolutely, that'd be fantastic.
Sounds like if you're not getting any response, we might be able to find out if there's something. I know they were going to do a launch this fall, and to see how the success of that launch might impact some of the, I don't know if it was funding or just the story.
Yeah,
it's a proof of concept kind of, it sounds like.
Yeah, and that's what their primary focus is right now, which I'm assuming is why they can't meet, because their primary focus is getting their Dream Chaser launch ready and getting it on top of a, you know, United Launch Alliance rocket and actually launched, you know. So that's like the fire that they're trying to get put out now. And then from what you mentioned, once they prove the concept, once it actually flies, that'll open up a lot more doors. Yeah.
And then you told us about Polaris.
Yeah.
Where are they from?
They're out of Germany.
And did you know about them before your trip?
I knew about them somewhat, but I hadn't met them or had any meaningful discussion with them. I just knew about them as far as one of the potential horizontal launch folks out there.
Do you have a list of those folks?
Yeah.
You sent that to
Yeah.
them? Yeah. Because the other one was Cosmic.
Yep.
And that was which country?
They're out of Belgium, and then they just opened an office here in the Denver area. That I have found out.
The reason I asked that was like when we met with PD Aerospace, and then we met with the folks Reaction Engines. We were proactive in going out and finding these folks and building the relationship, and then we went out and visited them, and so if we're going to be doing these types of, did you guys set up a meeting with them while you were out in Europe with any of these folks?
With Polaris
or Cosmic or any of the other?
We just met with them when we ran into them. You know, so we just met with them at that moment. Yeah.
What I'm worried about is that we might need to be more strategic and intentional, kind of like we were before when we started this. So we're going to talk about that at our retreat a little bit. I do think that helps if we can kind of circle our wagons on that. And so I think it's up to us to take ownership of that and then have you do the implementation of that kind of stuff. And then did we interact with like AC Rep and stuff before we left?
AC Rep, not significantly, since it was more of an OEDIT, organized trip. So, but that's something we could definitely do.
Well, it's like Emma brought up, like we identify kind of who's on our home team.
Yeah.
And so like, even if like the five, like even though like Lynn was the one who went, like we all knew she was going and that was prepped, and it was kind of like a team effort. Like, all right, go out, go get it, see what you find. And I just think that we will take ownership of kind of figuring out how we can maybe pull it together a little bit more proactive, or, and support you in that way.
Sure.
That is something that we should do, because like there is an infrastructure in place, albeit the support from the state is not very strong in Colorado. We heard this before a couple of years ago, Emma and I think Lynn was there, that group in Westminster we met with.
Advanced space, when you kept getting lost in the top secret areas again.
building.
Mhm.
But the message has been very clear that Colorado as a whole did not, as a state government does not always invest. And so that has been a common thing. So I think if we can try to figure out that piece, we can.
Advanced space.
Yeah.
Advanced space.
Yeah, they were great in explaining kind of the environment. So anyway, I think this opened our eyes to some things that we need to look at and do, and I'm looking forward to doing that. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah, I think my closing comments is just, this was the first time that we attended. So not just the state, that was their first time attending, and to be a top 5, top 3, the state of Colorado in the nation, in the air and space industry, and this is your first time attending this type of show is just really bananas that they haven't done it before. I know there's a lot of challenges in Colorado, and like why I mentioned new governor candidates. What is their vision? You know, we're gonna hit some really challenging economic times in Colorado, and I think while that is occurring, that's a time that you also lean into maybe some business initiatives, that's policy or legislation that's, you know, can be at least discussed, you know, that looking at the future of Colorado. It was our first year. I would still recommend one of the last days, closing days, the event host, is that what you call them, a host? The event people came looking for OEdit to sign up for the next, for Farnborough. The pricing for our booth, which was a standard booth that Colorado, not ours, Colorado had, was running about $30,000, which I actually thought that was reasonable. I did the ICSC booth for City of Aurora. It was north of $70,000 just for the booth production itself, that's not transportation, that's not people going, that was just for the booth. That was in Las Vegas. So they have it down pat pretty good. So there was interest in the booth from the companies that were there that Colorado kind of missed the mark on synergies of why is everyone in the booth together? What are we like? So Colorado was focused on geographical representation, not necessarily like all of these people are in the space industry, or this is all airport or drones, or there is some synergy. So Colorado has a lot of work to do. There was interest from those in the booth that said, we would still continue to come. We just can't front the money, but we would even pay in if someone were to convene. So that's just some food for thought. So
yeah, I mean, CDOT Aeronautics said they would be involved, but OEdit didn't even reach out to them. So I mean, the state within themselves didn't have their act together.
So we were asked to attend, but I understand from the companies that were in the booth is that they had to apply to be selected. So
Small companies did, yeah. Mhm.
I think that feels like, I didn't tell them like, oh, we were just invited, but I think that feels like a really big lift for a small company of like, really? Okay, like, sure, we'll fill this out. And so did not give the inclusive feeling of like, you're welcome, we're so glad you're here and have presence in Colorado. So thanks, Jeff and Jenny.
Absolutely, appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Great spots. Good afternoon, Janet Lundquist for Public Works. So I have 2 items regarding I-270 for you today. One that's scheduled and one that's a surprise. So a little intrigue for your afternoon.
Surprise. Little
Yep.
Easter egg.
So the first item I have for you today is CDOT's going to be pursuing a grant application for the Bridge Investment Program, the large category, which means it's $100 million ask or higher. They're requesting for the 12 bridges that are on I-270 or 6 directional pairs, as you put it. You guys are probably aware that we wrote a letter of support for the same exact grant back in 2022. This letter is virtually identical. to that original one. Subsequent to the 22 application, they did get some funding for some preventative, I can't speak today, maintenance for 8 of the bridges, which were under design in 2023, constructed in 2024, but those are Band-Aids. Is the best way that I could probably put them. These structures need to be rebuilt. The fixes in the preventative maintenance were mostly some structural or some just some small structural concrete improvements and then a resurfacing. And those bridges are just in pretty deplorable states as they are. They're about, I think they were estimating approximately 300 calls for service for these numbers of bridges, millions of dollars in just trying to repair, and uncountable hours of delay and disruption to the traveling public. So we like to request that Commissioner Baca sign the letter of support in support of our partners at CDOT today.
I support.
Can we add like a please help us, like in red writing on the bottom that's very dramatic?
I think we could add that if
Because we need it a little bit. Please.
Yeah, maybe like a super, like, you know, what's the prayer hands or something like that emoji? Yeah, we can look at doing.
That could help.
We could look at for something like this. I do feel like this is a competitive grant, especially with the current administration, just because it's bridges and it's for freight. And so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, things go well for this application.
I'm
Okay.
all about the emoji and the pretty please in there. Help us stand out.
I'm happy to sign. This has been a conversation that's gone on a really long time. Did we ask Commerce City to also sign a letter of support?
I believe
Is that CDOT?
CDOT would ask them. You know, typically when they send the request out to us, they send it out to them as well. And we did just get our RAISE grant for Vasquez and I-270. So, and they wrote a letter of support for that one. So it's probably very highly likely, although I don't have confirmation of that.
No worries. Usually we try to align the government.
Duplicates, yeah. And then second item, I just wanted to provide an update. I was talking with CDOT's project director this week, as well as the project consultant. They have received an additional letter from Green Latinos that was came in this month in July. CDOT had that under review and was preparing an actual formal response to the letter. I asked for a copy of the letter so that we could also maybe write a letter in support, very similar to what Commissioner O'Dorisio requested for the letter that Green Latinos sent in May. Their approach or strategy that they're convening in this letter, based off of my conversation with CDOT staff, is very different than the letter in May. He would not share direct details with me because it was under review by the Attorney General. And he was basically saying, I really can't say too much other than we received it. And if Adams County wants to write a letter in support, we would appreciate that. But I didn't want to, and I want to, I guess, get direction here in the sense of, do you want to keep pushing forward with a letter based off of May that the strategy has changed, or would you rather wait for the letter from July and then directly respond to that, which I think is the more compelling argument according to CDOT staff?
Steve.
I say that we informally ask for a copy of the letter, the chair, so we can review it, or we do a court request.
Or I'll actually have it next week. So I'll have a copy of the letter and then their response next week. He just wanted to make sure that I's were dotted and the T's were crossed before he gave it to me.
I think that makes sense, but I also think like we can say we have the response to the May letter. We're not, don't spend a lot of time responding to it if it's out of date.
Yeah.
But it's still part of the record. And so I think I trust you guys to determine if there is some sort of risk of not responding to concept A that might be in May and concept B in July's letter. I don't know enough about either of them, but I'm just saying, like, I trust that you guys will say, yeah, we might want to still respond to the collective 2 letters. But I trust that you guys will analyze that, because it may be that B and A are still valid messages that they're sending, or it may be July supersedes May, but we can find that out. We're also friends with some of these folks, so let us know what to ask too.
Okay, and we'll definitely give you more information as we actually receive the letters themselves and can process the information within them. CDOT staff also was very appreciative of Commissioner Odericio attending the Transportation Commission. They also shared that they're going to be asking other organizations to do similar public comment at Transportation Commission and submit additional letters, but you guys got the ball rolling. So just wanted to let you know they're gonna duplicate that strategy and have requested in a future date sometime, if you guys wouldn't mind going back. Again, they would deeply appreciate that. So just those are my general I-270 updates. Thank you for indulging me.
I'm gonna ask, can we do the best we can to send a different commissioner?
Yes,
One of these.
I'm happy to volunteer. If you let me know when the next meeting is, yeah, let's all sign up.
Yeah.
Your talking points were awesome, by the way, so thank
Oh,
you.
that was Brian. I mean, he's a whiz.
Good job, Brian.
They are actually trying to strategically spread it out. So there's somebody there every month. So I'll find out when they're having other volunteers so we can stand out and have a stronger message when we keep hitting them month after month after month. So once I get that schedule from CDOT, I will share it with y'all. Okay, awesome. See, that was good intrigue, right?
I don't want to stretch out. Yes, that was great. Can we take a page out of Karen Stewart's book and maybe first quarter of next year, invite the new Transportation Commission to Commissioner Elise Jones to come visit with us, and we could just hit her up on what our priorities are.
Yeah, I'll work with Jillian on getting that set up.
Board supports that.
Or,
I just think that was helpful.
Yeah.
Does Elise Jones cover all of our district, or does Juan Marcano cover a portion of it too, since he's in Aurora?
I believe it's the same setup that it was with Karen Stewart. So I think, yeah. Mhm.
What's Juan Marcano?
He's a.
Is that region 2?
Yeah, that's Douglas counties and I thought,
Two different
yeah.
regions. Okay,
The former council members, the Transportation Commissioner.
those are the 2 new ones, Elise and Juan.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
See that coming.
And then we are also, just while I'm at, popped in my head, we are bringing in the I-270 project team for a project update in October. So I'll leave y'all alone. Back to your business.
Thank you, Janet.
Let's pull up a site plan to show you where this project is. You can come over. I welcome friends at the table. Share it. We'll just go with what you got. I won't let you rotate it. Okay. All right, this is a little bit development related. So I volunteered to describe what's going on. We're building a parks maintenance building on a property we own in the city of Thornton. You probably are all well aware of this project, but it's coming to a conclusion. The project will be done this fall. So we're very excited to occupy it. It's a great facility for our parks maintenance staff. We're still at the tail end of the development review process in Thornton. And so I just wanted to explain something to you that's pretty typical in a city development review process that we are experiencing right now as the property owner applicant. So this is our 38-acre parcel at Riverdale and 96. Sorry that we couldn't rotate to make north the top of the screen, but north is to the right and Riverdale Road is obviously on the west property line. Use the mouse, please. Goodness, maybe I should be sitting there, actually. I better sit there. Let's try to short. It's a really short cord. Okay, just to point a few things out. I wanted to have control of the mouse. Our existing building footprint is here. We're building this new building and demoing most of the portion of the existing building. The red circle is an existing groundwater well that we've had for many years. The city of Thornton is amenable to letting us continue to keep the groundwater well, which is very unusual when you're developing in a city. Any subdivision process, and especially when you're connecting to municipal water, you have to dedicate your groundwater rights, abandon your well, and connect to city water. We are connecting to city water for the new building, but through negotiations and through a prior IGA, we do have the right to keep the well. We would typically still have to dedicate the groundwater, and if we chose not to dedicate the groundwater, they would require us to pay a cash in lieu payment, which is $416,000. But that would be we have an alternative.
Sorry.
If we do dedicate the water, they'll lease it back to us at no cost for 40 years. So it's a nice, generous solution we've worked out.
Is there a cap on how much they'll lease back to us at no cost?
This is an unusual arrangement. They've done it before with school districts, and they're willing to do it with us because of the precedents before, rather than requiring us to just fully dedicate the water and no longer use it. They'll allow us to lease it back. We've worked with the county attorney's office and with Water Council on this lease agreement, which follows, similar precedent that they had with a school district where they allowed them to keep a well and continue to use it for irrigation purposes.
Allowed them to keep a well.
Yeah, I'm confused about that language. Allowed. Why do we have to be allowed?
Because when you connect to municipal water, you typically have to dedicate all of your groundwater rights in exchange for.
Is that a requirement?
Yes, it's required by the municipal code. Subdivision regulations require it of all development. Typically in every single city requires it. It's very standard. To connect into their municipal water system, you have to abandon your groundwater rights and dedicate them over to the city.
To join the collective.
So interesting.
So time out. So this is in the city.
It is annexed into the city of Thornton. We're in the city of Thornton's development review process. What all other private developers would be required to do is just abandon the well and dedicate the rights to them and no longer have a groundwater well on their property and use municipal water for irrigation, municipal water inside the building, and no more wells on your property because you're on municipal renewable water sources.
And they're saying that they'll work out a similar arrangement as they do with the other schools that allow us to do all that, but still allow the well for irrigation purposes.
Yeah, we have environs here. There's some small water needs that we think would be filled by this well. So we find there a benefit to being able to continue to use our well. So they have offered an option to us to dedicate the water rights formally, but continued use would be allowed under this lease agreement, which is at no cost to us. The lease agreement would be basically $1 for 40 years.
Use it for just irrigation.
Yeah. Limited
An
purpose.
unlimited free lease agreement.
Yep.
Nope. 40 years.
Well, how much water each year?
Yeah, it's like our historic use of it, and it's limited to 2 uses only, which is
Commercial and irrigation, and the commercial is a hand sink and an ice machine.
But that's not sufficient for the renovations,
We're
even
on-
this phase.
yes, sorry.
building. This is only for the actual bays that we're keeping. Like the rest of the original building's going away, but we're keeping the original bays.
Right.
And this would service the hand sink and the ice machine in those bays and the irrigation around the site. And then the new building will be on municipal water.
And it already is. We are connected into the municipal system as part of our construction project. So this is kind of the final item in order to complete our development review process.
So, oh, and then I have something.
They're already tapped into their municipal?
Yes. Yeah, to build our building, this wouldn't be sufficient water resources, and so we had to connect into their municipal system.
We already cut this deal with them before in order to do that?
We've had this outstanding issue for some time. And in order to get our subdivision, completed, this is the final item required.
When you say completed, it means that if we say we don't want to do this, what happens? What are the?
So the leverage that they have left is the certificate of occupancy of the building.
And they can they still pull the old water that we're getting already?
Yeah, turning on the municipal system, I guess, could potentially be final leverage. I don't think that we're in that kind of a place, but sure, they still have some final items in order for us to occupy the building. We have to be
fully annexed.
Annexed.
Just curious.
Yeah. City council approval of the discount.
Commissioner.
Council, because that building is in the city of Thornton.
Yeah.
We wouldn't try to initiate it, but it's their decision if they allow that.
I get asked this question all the time by businesses, so I'm just curious generally.
If we don't do it, we'll have to pay for city water to irrigate with, and it'll cost the county a lot more money. I agree. If they let us, it's essentially free use of the water we've been using for years.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I have a terrible experience with Thornton Water as a council member, and they're a terrible neighbor. I think we are in that place of they'll circle the wagons and they're going to strong arm us into this agreement. So my question is the value of the groundwater? What is the value of the groundwater versus the usage? We're still going to pay municipal water. That does not waive. We're now a user on Thornton Water. So we're still going to have to pay Thornton Water municipal for the new building and whatever activities are at the new building. So what is the value of the groundwater and why can't this be indefinite? Because I can see why a school district, they have a need to serve. And so the value of the land without the water for their situation is different. If we have a need there, which we do, so the schools don't have any leverage. Developers don't care because they're going to sell, I don't know how many houses you could put on an acre and how many tap fees you're going to collect, and you're going to have collect ongoing usage. The value of groundwater is nothing to a developer, so they'll just sign it over because what the value is them selling the home. So the return on investment of like just sell this asset because I'm going to get the home there and I'm going to make more money on the home versus I'm making more money on the water. Let Thornton deal with the water. I can see a developer doing that. So I feel like we're unique. We're not a school district. We're not a developer. I feel like we're in our own lane. I appreciate your confidence that where we're at with Thornton, I don't have that confidence. That yes, they have a new manager. I don't know about their water department. You know, these cultures seem to carry on very long before they work themselves out. So do we know the value of the water that we can go back with?
Yeah, let me answer that, but let me just clarify one point first, if you don't mind. They have their city attorney's office and their staff have prepared in conjunction with our water council and Doug Edelstein have prepared this draft lease agreement. So they're agreeable to it as it's drafted today. The initial term is 40 years with an option to renew for an additional 40-year term. So we could continue to use it for 80 years total. And it is $1 for the full term of the agreement. So to go back to what is the value of the groundwater, I'm gonna try to answer that, but tell me if you want to jump in. Feel free to interject at any point. So, we will still have water needs at this location that my mouse is hovering on, which is the 4 bays that will be retained when the old building is demoed up for the exception of those 4 bays. Those water needs can be met essentially for free with this lease and the groundwater that we currently use. Versus if we have to serve those water needs with municipal water, we'd have to probably pay either a different tap fee. I don't know if we've had that discussion, or build a distribution system from, you know, the existing tap over here where we already have connected in.
Yes.
So we'll have additional costs. Right now, what's the value of the groundwater is whatever that delta is of the municipal water we need in addition to the municipal water we already had to
And the-
connect into.
The irrigation around the entire site would be handled by the well. And we're adding more landscaping than there was under the old building. There's some turf out in front of where the old building was that will stay. So all of that property that we currently irrigate, we would have to pay city water for it. This would allow it to be free for essentially 80 years.
So this reduces
more or
our
less
operational costs, which is why we thought that there was an advantage to having this discussion with you about entering into this agreement with Thornton for 40 to 80 years.
All right, what do you guys think? Good? 50 and 50 would be great. 50 years.
Try my best to negotiate this version, but we can go back. It's just we're weighing, you know, the benefits of fighting them longer on any term versus trying to get the building occupied. Weighing all these trade-offs, so.
So it seems like, as I understand it, you've wrung all the water out of this deal. And I have never seen a deal like this. And so I think that's where like my questions are coming from and the reaction from my colleagues. And it's very unusual. Is it, and for the 40-year renewal, is it automatic, or are we just so I have some awareness, setting up our subsequent commissioners to be in the same
So we
pickle?
leave the time capsule. It does, as currently drafted, it's a great point, because as currently drafted, it says that we have to give a notice of intent to the city of Thornton 60 days prior to the expiration, and we can work with Doug on maybe adjusting that, because it's gonna be difficult 40 years from initial execution to.
Just put it in Outlook.
Most of it.
I was thinking, how do we calendar that? How do we calendar? Like,
Let's give our notice today.
today?
Because
Yeah.
I can talk to Doug about that.
80 years and a 40-year renewal. That's
I think this paragraph, it should, for everyone's future success, should
I like
probably
perpetuity.
not require a lot of work that's 40 years from now. 'Cause that's a long time from now.
Doug must have been thinking he'd be retired.
I don't know if Doug doesn't care. Yeah, he's on retirement.
I have an idea. Why don't we just lease to them our water rights for 40?
Yeah, they did not make that offer.
I'm okay with it.
If I'm hesitant, but have confidence in the negotiations that you have completed.
Yeah.
I would say before we sign, can you have some thinking about the renewal framework and what would be theoretically possible to tell people 39 years from now to be prepared to ask for this renewal?
Maybe something along the lines, if it continues to be used, it will automatically.
Yeah, I think an automatic based on continued use would be a lot better.
I'm not sure the well will last 80 years.
I don't hate an earlier, let's monitor and in 10 years, we can exercise the renewal. I mean, I don't know.
That's not quite what I was saying.
I know you
but
weren't saying that, but
I would, something, cause it feels like
reasonably.
it feels like
in-
we're being set up to meet an impossible task. Maybe we hang a sign in the building. Do not remove this
Big
sign
Post-it note.
ever. By the way, on thus and such a date,
2065.
occupies this building must remember.
They're humans loved.
It's like
Feels like a time capsule.
It was like those circular warning signs.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not kidding about the sign. Like literally, there's a sign on the utility.
I will say, we'll talk, I think we'll work on it, since we're on ag renewal. Obviously, their general policy goal and why they have regulations like this is to get people off of non-renewable water sources and onto surface water renewable.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense, actually.
So
Yes.
in the truth is, after 40 years, the well's already fairly old. After 40 years, I don't know if we need to re-drill a well. So it's something to like set ourselves up for success, but it's possible we may not prefer to re-drill a well
Totally
in 40
makes sense.
years.
That makes
And
sense.
it could be like the end of like, you know, Back to the Future 2, or we have some like Western Union person show up. It's 40 years, we've got a lot of.
Yeah. I definitely know what you're talking about. Okay, so it was kind of a complicated thing to explain. Thank you for coming along the ride with me. I think we will make some changes to the lease and then we will give you an update before we put it on your agenda for approval. And that's it. The building is coming up on completion and we'll schedule something once it's ready to celebrate. So
Yes.
here we are right now.
All right.
We have been.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks, Chris.
Oh, your text message is sleep.
Oh.
You know the answer. is.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I realize we are late in the day and I don't want to give you more detail than you can take in, but certainly happy to answer questions if I leave anything out. We do not talk very often about downtown development authorities because they're very much creatures of municipalities. So I've got some general information for you, but most specifically, we're here because Brighton is looking into forming a downtown development authority to replace a portion of their current urban renewal area that covers the downtown. That will expire in 2027. So the maps that I just handed out to you outline the area that they are proposing to be the DDA boundaries. Once that URA has expired, there is approximately $880,000 of annual tax revenue that's currently tied up in the URA that would be coming back to the county as a revenue stream. Because a DDA can also utilize TIF, they're going to be going and seeking authorization from the impacted property owners in this area to see if they can impose a mill levy. If so, they would go no higher than 5 mills. So stakeholders in a DDA include property owners, tenants that are leasing property, as well as any residents that are within that boundary. That is the only group that participates in voting on a DDA. So they are more limited than urban renewal areas. They don't have eminent domain authority. They're also different in their governance structure. So it's that stakeholder group that forms the board of directors for a DDA. City doesn't necessarily have a role. County doesn't necessarily have a role unless we're somehow involved in a financial way. So the pros of
Property taxes,
I'm sorry.
like taking the property tax.
Well, they can't. This is not for property tax. So they approached county staff. We got a letter about it on June 24th. We were able to meet with Brighton staff on July 3rd. There is a separate outside legal counsel and DDA consultant who's really working with the business owners to do this. Certainly, they said if the board would like a deeper dive on this, City of Brighton staff would be happy to come in and talk with you, but let me go through a few more points. I'm just not trying to shift you one way or the other, but rather just give you general information about it. Their report, and I use that in the loosest sense because this is really just like a 2.5-page letter, outlines the fiscal impact to the county in the formation of this proposed DDA. So the current area shown in red represents approximately 35 million of taxable property today. So the county from that area receives approximately 941,500. That includes the 880 that I previously mentioned that would be coming back through URA. So it's just picking up a little bit of additional beyond that 880. That represents the base relative to thinking about tax increment financing. That base gets evaluated through the annual or biannual property tax evaluation. So it will go up as the properties themselves appreciate. It is any new investment that comes in that represents the increment in that area. And that is to be reinvested in public infrastructure and capital improvements just in this area. So that all gets captured in what's known as a plan of development or a POD for the DDA. And it has to provide a list of specific projects. That, to the best of my understanding, is not developed yet. That'll be coming out here in the next few months before they approach the November vote on this. If any of those projects were going to have an impact on county resources or county revenue, right? We had a financial stake in it. Then there would need to be an agreement negotiated between the DDA and the county. At this time, it doesn't appear that there's any impact. If there was, then not only would there need to be an agreement, but the county, just much like a URA, would have that right to decide which commissioner would have a seat on the board. And so that's how it works if we're involved. Doesn't look like we are going to be involved. City of Brighton has articulated that they would be looking to pledge their full sales tax increment, which is 3.75%, as well as their share of property tax increment. So no impact to county property tax. The stakeholder vote is done by mail. November 4th would be the date for that. City Council did just approve the resolution to form the DDA and authorize the vote. First reading was on July 15th. Their second reading is set for August 5th. At the November vote, they ask three things. One, do the stakeholders wish to form the DDA? Two, do they wish to authorize the use of TIF? And three, what mill levy, if any, do they wish to set under that 5 mil cap? They are looking for some, I guess we'll just say support from the county, but it's really support in, do you all think this is a great thing and wish to endorse it, as opposed to supporting it in any sort of voting or financial way? And so to that end, my reason for bringing this to you today is really to see, are you comfortable enough at this point, because they're not asking for involvement, to leave it with just this update? Or would you like me to have Brighton come in and have more of a conversation and a deeper dive with you all in a study session or similar?
Julie, Julie.
I'm a little confused why we would want them to come and talk to us more. We
Yeah.
have no involvement in it. I mean, it's great for them if they want to do it, and if it passes, cool, but
Are they asking for our support?
Verbal support, not financial or any sort of vote, just they're being, best practice, you reach out to your neighbors, right? That sort of support.
I mean, I appreciate them reaching out, and as we discussed earlier, there's a whole lot of things on the table with all of our cities, and I think that it would be unwise for us to look at anything in these relationships in a vacuum. And I think we look at all of this stuff and how we support each other in all the things that we're doing together. So for me, I don't mind supporting this. I don't say any negative to it, but unless I'm missing some sort of risk that I'm not aware of.
I agree.
I'll I don't really know,
We don't
the
need to brief
businesses
it.
want this?
Can we, yeah, this will be helpful.
Wait, talking about, it's a sales tax, right?
Yeah,
Brighton is,
no,
it's a sales tax.
Yes, it's a matter of taking the established sales tax rate and committing it on any incremental growth.
I mean,
So go ahead.
border is different than what existed.
They are smaller than the URA.
And so typical things that these kinds of dollars are used on are district beautification
Right.
programs,
But streetscape elements,
all
holiday decoration.
district style infrastructure. I've worked on or with and on 3 of these and through several communities I've been in, and they're almost universally supported except when other districts are being asked to contribute. And in this case,
Which they seem to recognize.
they're not. So that's generally where you get your opposition.
Interesting. I don't want to speculate. I'm not sure if the URA completed all of its objectives. So as that is phased out, that's more of a municipal residential concern. The boundaries are really interesting. So it looks to me like that the T part, that's Bridge Street, and I believe this goes all the way down to Bromley Lane, just from the aerial, what I can tell. If it doesn't include us, I don't see any problem. Do you not foresee any future challenges?
I mean, generally the folks who hop up and down on things like this are your fire districts because they tend to be pretty impacted. But they're not in on this because they used to have sales tax, they can now. But it's not a mill, so the only mill is for the administration portion on the 5 mills, right? So the actual investment portion is being supported by the sales tax. That is somewhat atypical because generally these districts like to rely upon property tax, but since they're not proposing that.
Well, the
Basically.
Brighton's share of property tax, yeah.
But it's the best of all worlds in terms of not irritating your partner taxing districts.
So
That'd be the risk I would suggest to you if that were the case, but that's not what they're proposing.
So I can either do something as informal as communicating back that this was shared with the board. There's no issue. Or if you'd like, we could draft a letter from the board to them that just kind of formalizes that. So you're on the record of, yes, thank you. We support.
Yeah, I mean, if they find that helpful, if they want a letter of support.
What is their ask? Do they want the letter or do they just want it to let us know?
Do you just want a thumbs up? Do you want a
They
picture? with a
they
thumbs up?
phrased it as we're looking for the board's support, but yet there really was just a matter of making sure the board wasn't going to be involved and upset. I think it was very unusual how we were approached.
We've sometimes waited on stuff that's they think is out of our.
I think as a courtesy, maybe it's the best way to.
So I don't see any issues in Brighton. Brighton is we're still pretty homogeneous as a community. We have some outliers, things that happen. Fast forward to Aurora is considering the same thing on Colfax Avenue, some portion of that. That feels a little more contentious, and I don't know I don't think we have any role, any say in that. I think it's all municipal, right? It's not any of the county. So if we sign for Brighton and we get approached by Aurora to sign for Aurora, that is a little bit more challenging.
It'll depend upon their request.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and they may not, so they may not request it, but just a thought.
Yep. This is the first one of these that has come since I've been here. So there's certainly some benefit to just defining what, protocol would like to have. I had a phone call with Carolyn White on Friday, who is working with the town of Lochbuie, who's also exploring a DDA. And, you know, there's like a little sliver of Lockbuoy that is in that is in Adams County. And she was reaching out, same thing as a courtesy to say, hey, do you have a protocol? Is there a way that you would like for me to be engaging with the county on this? So.
This was based on that bill
It is on the bill.
that
Yes.
totally empowered DDAs
Yes.
to basically be perpetual.
They are not, it didn't pass though. They're not perpetual.
That didn't pass.
No, they are limited to their 25 years.
And you can go again, 5 and 5 more.
Yeah, there's a way to renew,
For
which we could,
shorter periods.
Hold
I'm
on.
asking this very specific question. What is the negative of the cities doing what they are empowered to do? Like, how does that impact us in any way?
In this case, there is
there really isn't in this one.
the time that it would be, for example, if Aurora or Lockbuoy or whomever come back and ask for a general property tax tip or portion,
Mhm.
that'd be different.
Right.
Then you would decide, do we want to contribute to that? Very similar to what you did with ARDA.
That's, so there are times that people come to us for that or for an ARDA type situation. Or they're gonna come to us and tell us they're gonna do a URA.
Right.
All we have is our ability to be heard. I think we work on this in this situation, we would support where there's no property tax piece in it. So yeah, I wouldn't have a problem supporting it in Aurora and Lockbuoy. It does change the analysis a little bit if a property tax piece is part of that. I think that's fair.
Aurora's the only different, I hear you on that. Theirs is more political and they like to play the games of clear losers and clear winners. So that is more contentious from that perspective.
Potentially.
Yeah.
And you may receive outreach from your other taxing district, fire districts being a big
All I'm saying is, I don't think this doesn't tie our hands
No.
in a bad way. So I support this.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
patients from you.
I don't know. It's gonna be a busy couple weeks, it feels
It
like.
is.
Yes.
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 There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. Fair starts next Wednesday. Okay, we have a retreat coming up.